tomorrow at 11:40 a.m.
Streaming audio at SactownSports.com and the Sactown Sports app.
You can also watch the show on YouTube at Sactown Sports 1140. Here are the Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Kyle Draper.
Happy National Left-Handers Day to our favorite left-hander, Kyle Draper.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, man.
Special day. You got anything planned? You got the decorations up or anything?
I may go play some pickleball tonight, something like that. Show off my forehand with the left hand or something like that. Might do that. And I will say this. You're a right-hander, right?
Yes.
You're right.
Yeah, I'm amphibious, but yes.
Yeah, amphibious. I like that. Left-handers take pride in being left-handed. Like, we always notice other left-handed people. And then it's like a unspoken bond. Like, you give them the head nod and they understand what that means.
I'll be honest. I'm jealous of left-handers. That's
Really?
why I do some stuff with my left hand. I'm not
Why?
left-handed. I wish I was.
Why? Your baseball career might have been,
I
a
don't know.
little
There's
better
just
or
something cool about being left-handed. I don't know.
Yeah.
There is.
Everything looks a little different. And then you golf, you get to the tee box. Oh, we got one of those, a left-hander with this, or the great joke that they always tell. You're standing on the wrong side of the tee box, and it's like, dude, I hear that all the time. But I love being left-handed, man. I really do.
Yeah, I remember years ago, Joe Morgan was playing in a golf tournament out here. Michael Jordan was in it. It was huge, one of those celebrity deals. They played at Granite Bay. And at the press conference, there's a picture of Joe Morgan, and he was playing golf. And, Joe Morgan was great with the arm flat left-handed hitter. And he was playing golf right-handed. And I asked him, Joe, how come, you're left-handed, but you're playing golf with right-hand clubs? And he said, look, when I was a kid, all the clubs my dad had was right-hand clubs. He said, if you're going to play golf, you're going to play it right-handed.
Yeah, what's crazy is my mom and dad are right-handed, but my brother and sister were also left-handed, just like me.
Huh.
So all three of us were left-handed, but mom and dad right-handed.
And your kids?
Right-handed. They're all right. Yeah, so I can't hand my clubs down to my son or anything like that. I try to teach him a little golf, and, it's just different. It's backwards,
Mm-hmm.
And so, what's crazy though, and I wonder if you have anything like this. I dribble better with my right hand than my left hand.
Really?
My offhand, yeah. I don't know if it was, when you're trained as a young kid, you dribble more on the right or something, but I'm better going right than I am going left.
One year for Christmas, me and I think one of my brothers, we got my dad a saw, and he opens it and he goes, this is a left-handed saw. I can't use it. We didn't.
Did you guys believe it? Or you like, we got to take it back?
I got you. Like, come on, that's not funny.
That's hilarious.
Do something nice for you.
Got to take it back.
Make us feel bad.
I didn't even get the gift receipt. Shoot. Oh, man, that's funny.
We're just kids. We didn't know. Hey, how excited are you about the Emirates Cup group play schedule for your Sacramento Kings?
You want the Kings answer or the Drapes answer?
What do we do on this show?
All right, I'll give you the Drapes answer. It's kind of underwhelming. It's kind of disappointing. I look at their group, and yeah, you got the Clippers. Yeah, you got Minnesota, but there's something lacking there. Remember last year, the Warriors were in our group. Then you could really sink your teeth into it. No national TV games. I don't like the way the schedule is being released. A game here, a game there.
Right.
I need a spreadsheet to try and figure out, who's playing when. And so when I saw it, I was excited coming into today. And then it came out, and it's just like, all right, ho-hum. I need to see what happens before and after that. I don't need just one game this week, another game next week. It's just too spread out.
I agree with you. I know why they do it. Obviously they're trying to get as much bang for their buck as they can, but by the time we get what's left of the schedule, it's almost a little bit underwhelming.
Right.
Well, I already knew that.
Right.
I knew it was playing on Christmas. I know opening night. We got a few more schedule notes here to get to in addition to the in-season tournament. But I tell you the good news there, Drapes.
Yeah.
The Pelicans are not in the Kings group.
Yeah.
Party time.
We ain't got to worry about them, right? No, I'm with you on that, man. It's don't have to. And I was looking at the group. We should win that group, us or Minnesota, right?
I think so.
I mean, Clippers, they're going down.
Is that a new logo for the Clippers, or have they had that for a while?
I have to take a look. Is it the black one? Because they have a black logo they've been using for a while now. Let me pull this up, man. You got me all.
It's a C, which is kind of like a compass, and then there's a Clipper ship headed right at you.
No, that looks new.
Yeah, that's
that
what I
looks a
thought.
little new. Maybe it's to coincide with moving into the new arena and everything like that. Yeah, but that looks new to me. Yeah. I don't know. It's hard to get excited. I mean, basketball is coming back, and I'll be excited Thursday when the full schedule is released. Then I can really, but right now, because the games are all mixed matched and jumbled, I can't connect the dots yet. It's just, that's what it looks like right now. A sheet with like just a bunch of dots, all around, and you still can't connect them because there's so many more games to be released.
I hadn't really thought about it, but now that you mentioned it, I'm with you. It's a little disappointing that the Kings and the Warriors aren't in the same group, because that was probably the highlight of the in-season tournament last year, right? For Sacramento, was winning that great game here where Malik made a great shot that clinched the group.
Yes, exactly. That was a huge matchup, a huge game, and one of our signature wins of the season. And when you look at it, on paper or on, your device or whatever, your first game is against Minnesota. Then you got the Clippers. Then you finish with Portland and Houston. I don't know. There's just some like your big games are in the front.
Yeah.
And so I don't think, November 29th at Portland, we're going to be like, if we beat the Blazers, something's up. And it's just a weird feel. I think when I looked at the groupings, I can make the argument this is probably the weakest group. And this is not a Kings issue, but, Clippers might not make the playoffs, at best a play-in. Houston, probably a play-in team. Portland, they're going to be out of it, and so outside of Minnesota, you have one top 6 team in your bracket. Some of these other brackets are extremely difficult, man, extremely tough, whereas the Kings, we should be able to handle our business against these teams.
All right. Yeah, I wonder if the reason the Warriors and Kings aren't in the same group this year is maybe from a marketing standpoint, they felt it was overkill.
Right.
What I mean is, for example, you have a baseball team, you don't have helmet night when the Yankees are in town because people are going to come anyway.
Yeah.
You have helmet night when you need it. So Kings Warriors is already a big thing. Maybe they feel like we don't need the help of the in-season tournament. It's already a big game. So Portland and the Kings otherwise would be but now, in-season, maybe that's part of their philosophy.
Well, they say it's random. It's done random. But for the second year in a row, I could look at the Celtics, bracket. It looks pretty weak. Atlanta, Cleveland, Washington, and Chicago. Atlanta's a play-in team at best. So is Chicago. Washington's out of the mix. They really only have one difficult opponent, and that's Cleveland. And so I don't know how random this is.
Yeah.
If I'm a Sacramento Kings fan, I tell you this, though. When I look at this bracket, you got 4 games. Minimum 3-1. Anything less than 3-1 to me is a disappointment.
Yeah, it's random, just like it was random when Commissioner Stern pulled Patrick Ewing.
Oh yeah, the ice envelope or whatever it is.
The Knicks have the
frozen envelope, right?
Yeah, it's supposed to be a random draw based on win-loss record. So anyway, we have that on the in-season tournament, and obviously, we just don't know enough to get excited about it, but it is great that we're talking about actual scheduled games.
Yeah, I'm with you. And like I said, Thursday when the full schedule is released, hopefully, then we can really deep dive and take a look at it. Oh, man, they got this 6-game road trip out east. They play Boston and New York on a back-to-back. Then there's something really to dive into. I guess, like you said, it's a sign that we're getting closer to basketball. When you think about it now, training camp's about 7 weeks away, I think it is, if I do the math. And so what's interesting, though, Whitey, and is frustrating to me, I don't know if fans are frustrated, we might have the regular season schedule before we have the full preseason schedule.
I don't understand that at all. I'm sure there's a reason.
Right.
Maybe it's, arena availability or something, but.
Yeah, and maybe they're trying to figure it all out regarding the arena, but you're right. I'm like, man, I'm trying to get the preseason schedule, get excited about that. And it's hard to do. Our boy Frankie Cardicelli, if you don't follow him, make sure you follow him on social media, FCardicelli3. He put out, a nice little primer, if you will. Here's what we know about the Kings schedule so far, including 3 preseason games and a few regular season games. So go check that out if you're interested.
Yeah, and like it or not, the in-season tournament, the Emirates NBA Cup, as it's called now. It's going to be around a long time. I don't know how long their deal is with Emirates, but they're getting all that extra revenue.
Yeah, that's big time money.
Yeah, we can sit here and go, I don't know. And they're like, we don't care. Cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching.
You remember last year at this time, the conversation was, what is this NBA Cup? What's this in-season tournament? How's it going to work? Is it a good thing now for the league? Is it just regular season games in November?
It's a good question. I don't know. Honestly, last year, I think like you, before it started, I thought this is terrible. Once it started, it was kind of fun.
Yeah.
Then when it ended, I was kind of relieved it was over. So,
are they going to bring the courts back again?
Oh, yeah. They have to, don't they?
I guess maybe they change it up, though. Like their city edition and statement uniforms come with a different look, a different vibe this year with the in-season tournament. I don't know, man. Maybe it's just me. I am looking at Frankie's post that he put down there. He got Thursday, the season opener against the Timberwolves, Saturday at Lakers. So that's your second game. So you go from facing the Timberwolves in game one.
Clippers.
Oh, no, I'm talking just regular season schedule.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
All
I'm talking not the in-season tournament.
Gotcha.
I'm talking just regular season. Thursday against the T-Wolves on October 24th. Then Saturday, October 26th, our first road game at the Lakers. That's a pretty tough schedule right from the jump.
Mm-hmm. Well, let me be the first to say it this year, and we're all going to say it a million times. The West is tough this year.
The West is tough, right?
Right?
That's every game, right? Outside of Portland, maybe every game is going to be a difficult one.
We'll take a closer peek at what we know about the new schedule when we come right back. Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sactown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sactown Sports app.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think you could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text radio to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text RADIO to 321-321. That's radio to 321-321.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
The Drive Guys, live and local. Every afternoon, Monday through Friday on Sactown Sports.
Hey, this Brandon Aiyuk situation looks like it's getting dicier and dicier, and we'll get to that here. To Drive Guys, of course, on Sactown Sports. Thanks for being with us. We're still digesting this afternoon's breaking news about the Kings, the new schedule. We told you, and you've probably seen by now, Frankie did a great job, SactownSports.com, of breaking down the Kings group play schedule. But we have, as you just mentioned a moment ago, Kyle, we have a few other scheduling tidbits as well. And you were telling us about, season opener, 10-24, Minnesota. And then the Lakers, the Lakers come in on the 19th of December. Yeah. National TV, we got 7 games. That includes NBA TV. First nationally televised game, this is according to Sean Cunningham, January 16th versus Houston. Actually, some of these notes are not.
Yeah, it's kind of
a little disjointed here. What I have, some of it doesn't actually make sense. But
yeah, for a guy that's in communication, Sean Cunningham, that tweet is kind of jacked up. But our boy Frankie Cardicelli has opener against the Timberwolves, second game of the season, October 26th at the Lakers.
As you were pointing out, okay,
he has the in-season tournament games. He has December 22nd. Tyrese Halliburton and the Indiana Pacers. And if you remember, Tyrese didn't play last time they came here. He was out with an injury. So this will be, a chance to see him and see him up close and personal. Sean has they host the Warriors on January 22nd and February 21st. You got the Laker games as well. This is what I'm talking about, Whitey. This is why I'm frustrated. We should not be having to crochet and patchwork the NBA schedule here. Just release the damn thing.
You can't get a sense of what the season looks like when you're only getting these 3 games here.
Right.
They play the Lakers in December.
Yeah.
Then they play at Houston on February 14th.
Right.
It's
It's
what?
like, I need the full schedule. I need it, printed out, color-coded, home and away and everything. And so now we're trying to figure it out. And right now, Kings fans, and I know we're excited about the season, but to me, all this is just games on a piece of paper, games on the screen. I need to see, is the second night of a back-to-back? Is it part of a 4 or 5 game road trip? Is it a 6-game homestand? All that plays into a fact, a part of how we break down the schedule.
And now, of course, because of your beloved in-season tournament, we don't even know once we get the whole schedule released. We still don't know what the whole schedule is going to look like.
Yeah,
there's those games in there that are determined by what happens in the group play.
Yeah, and they figured that out last year, before the season and going in. I was like, man, I'm trying to plan things out. I don't know. Are we playing on a Tuesday, Thursday, Friday? Are we home or on the road? It ultimately worked out. But, I don't know how much stock, should I say, are we putting in this in-season tournament? Because here's the thing. The teams that played for the championship, Pacers and Lakers. Pacers had a nice run. But for a veteran team like the Lakers, and I know they went all out, and I know they got their 500,000 and all that, but it had no impact on the season for them. It didn't, bring them a championship when it mattered the most. And so if we, Sacramento, were to win it or make it to the finals, how are we feeling? I'm sure we're excited, we're happy, but in the whole scheme of life, I will say this though, Whitey, and you tell me. The in-season tournament was the reason we played Phoenix 5 times, the Pelicans 6 times. Mm-hmm. Think about this. If we only had to play the Pelicans 4 times, we might have had one more win, during the regular season. But because of the in-season tournament, we had to play them 5 regular season and then the play-in. Mm-hmm. So I guess it does impact the strength of schedule, your standing, as you go forward.
Yeah, but that's true. But then, of course, you just had to beat them once.
Just beat them once, right?
They knocked you out of the in-season tournament. They knocked you out of the play-in.
Yeah.
So,
Am I hearing something on this show compared to last year? I could have swore both of you guys were fans of the in-season tournament. Does it sound like you turning?
I mean,
wait a minute, Jay. Before you answer,
don't pull a TC and try to back me into a corner, Jay. like we did TC yesterday.
Okay.
I'm saying, I guess I'm okay with it. I'm not a fan. Like, to me, it's just basketball until if you make it to the semifinals or if you make it to the finals. To me, the in-season tournament, because of the matchups, because it's not going against Golden State, because the Lakers aren't in it, I can't get excited over a November game against Portland. Mm-hmm. I just can't do it, in-season tournament or not.
Yeah, you're right, Jay. I know last year I was down on it when it started. It was a little more fun. It was more fun than I thought it would be. But right now, this is the way I see it. Right now, I know what the league's getting out of it, as they should. It's a business. They're making a lot more money out of it. I get that. Good for you. The players are making more money out of it. I was talking about this on the crossover. Remember the Kings last year? We found out that they would tell the players, look, you win these games, you're going to get this much money. This is what you can do with that much money. So they get more money. And I get that. They should. If the leagues get more money, they should get more money. So I see what they get out of it. What do I get out of it as a fan? Theoretically, I get better games, right? That's a whole idea.
Mean more.
So do I? I don't know. Maybe. I don't think we know the answer to that yet.
Maybe less load management on those nights.
Maybe, yeah.
When we play the Clippers, Kawhi will be there. So that's a chance to, get to see the Kings match up.
Right.
But other than that,
being totally honest, I still think that's an open question.
Right.
I see what the league gets out of it, the players.
Right.
How about me? I don't know that I'm getting my money's worth.
Yes.
So I think we'll have to wait and see.
Somebody from 916 texted in, as a fan, I'd rather get a free hot dog. I mean, nobody cares about this. Nobody. I don't know about that. I mean, it's a thing on social media. People are talking about it.
The league is trying awfully hard to convince us this is something.
Yeah. Amadrock says you pay more for those games. That's for sure. Do you? I don't know. I can't see a.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. I can't see a game December 3rd, Tuesday against the Rockets. Oh, because it's an in-season tournament game, we're going to boost it up.
Right.
Nah, it still doesn't have the luster, if you will, as a Lakers game or a Warriors game or something like that.
You accept that, Jay? Where I am is I feel like, I don't know, I'm still keeping an open mind, but I'm not sold yet. Is that fair? Or is that, am I
No, you're good. I understand where you're going. I just felt that both of you guys last year were all in. You guys were just as close as the Lakers about hanging that small banner.
I got
the
a little carried away with it
banner.
early on.
Yeah, and so it's interesting to see big fans like yourself starting to walk it back a little bit on this in-season tournament just after one season already. And I get the part of what Drapes is saying is like, scheduling is starting to play a little bit of an issue to the reason why you're not as big of a fan as you were going into last in-season tournament.
Let's face it, it's an uphill sell for the league.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
It really is.
And you guys tell me, if the Lakers and Warriors were in our group, it'd probably have a little more sizzle.
Mm-hmm.
Even Phoenix, it would have Denver and Jokic. Our group doesn't
you remember
have
off
that
the
much
top
sizzle.
of your head last year, Pelicans, Warriors,
Timberwolves, I thought were in it.
Sea-Wolves,
No,
maybe?
I don't think the
Dubs weren't in
Pelicans.
it. Okay.
Were the Pelicans in there?
Felt the
Yeah, they were in there.
No, they weren't in the group, but they knocked them out.
Yeah,
So
we
they were
played them
different
in
group,
we played them in a different group after
we
the
gotta
pool
see
play.
it now.
We had Phoenix, we had the Warriors. I know that for sure. I believe we had Portland also.
Yeah, I think Portland was.
And was it the Clippers or it was one other team?
Let's see.
No, it was Timberwolves, I
That's
believe.
what I
It was
thought,
Timberwolves, yeah.
I think it was.
Yeah,
Minnesota.
and so there you go, right there. Warriors, Suns, Timberwolves in your group. Those are three marquee matchups that get you excited. Houston, they're going to be in a fantastic team. They're going to surprise some people. But I'm not circling the calendar for a new December date against Houston.
When you look back on the Lakers season, at any point as you're reviewing what they did, how they did it, do you think, well, they did win the in-season tournament, right? It's not even a thing.
It's not even a thing.
Yeah.
Like, ask LeBron. He's not excited. Like, I know they got that banner. They should really pull it down because it didn't mean anything. Sure, it's nice to have and nice to at the time. But once the regular season keeps going on and the playoffs start, nobody cares about that in-season tournament.
What to do with that banner, that really just kind of encapsulates the whole issue here. It's like, well, what do you do with it? You don't put it up there with the championship banner, so if you put it up at all, people are going to make fun of it. It's little. So that's really the whole issue in a nutshell.
Or do you put it on a concourse somewhere and let people take pictures with it or something like that?
Yeah.
Someone on our show said that the NBA more or less didn't not force them, but they really, really wanted them to put it up, and that's the reason why the Lakers put it up. Was it one of the Lakers broadcast members that came on the show?
Somebody said that, huh?
Yeah, on the show. It was like they put it because
I think it was one of the writers, and I can remember the interview, but I can't remember the guy's name. I think it was a Laker writer who said it.
Okay.
Really?
Someone said like an indirect way they more or less made the Lakers put it up.
Yeah. So I'm just more excited that we have a clear idea of who and when the Kings are playing.
Yeah.
But like you said, Kyle, you've said it, not to beat the dead horse here, but how about the rest of the schedule?
Right.
Give me some context here.
And I feel like, and I love the NBA, Adam Silver's my guy, the whole league. But the NFL does it right, I feel like. The schedule release, prime time, it's a big rollout. The NBA, maybe it's too many leaks in all these organizations or something. Maybe in the league office, somebody's leaking. Like, I don't need to know that February 6th, Steph Curry and the Warriors are coming or Tyrese is coming. I don't need to know March 24th, the Boston Celtics are coming.
Right. Like, it's too abstract when you phrase it that
way. Yeah, exactly. And it's sort of, when Thursday comes, I'll be excited, yes, but it sort of ruins, takes away some of the excitement going into that.
Think if the NFL did that. The 49ers will open against the Jets. On Halloween, they'll be playing the Bears.
Right.
And on the third week of November, it'll be the Vikings. It's like, what?
Yeah. This is a bad rollout here. This is an awful rollout by the NBA.
Oh, boy. Compio on the chat. He's with Jay. Whitey and Draper changed their opinion of the in-season tournament.
Man,
Compio calling us out.
Compio, go work on your sand wedge game or something like that, No, and here's the thing. You are allowed to change your opinion after you see it once. You're like, all right, it's okay, but I wish the teams would have been better for us.
Yeah.
More marketable.
Yeah, I had not thought of that. That's a great point. Anything else jump out about the little bit that we know that we've been over today based on the new tidbits here?
Did you guys get to Dave saying there could be 2 6-game road trips? Carmichael Dave?
No, I didn't hear
that. He just put that on Twitter saying the Kings will have 2 6-game road trips.
Okay. One will probably be that Eastern trip, right?
Yeah.
We usually have an Eastern trip.
Yeah, he just tweeted that out.
New Year.
No, I'm not. I think that's pretty much standard. I think last year they had 2 6-games road trips.
What goes up must come down.
Yeah,
that means you can have some home stretches.
Some home stands, And the thing about the Kings, we could go through the schedule all we want, fellas, and we'll do that obviously this week, a big week. But they got to be more consistent. They had 1 4-game winning streak, Whitey.
Mm-hmm.
And then after that, it was some 2, some 3, some 1. Like, they never had a 6, 7, 8-game winning streak. And so when I look at, 2 6-game road trips, okay, but what you going to do with those? And so that's what I'm looking forward to the most with this Kings team. Can we get some more consistency throughout the season?
We're also, of course, trying to figure out what's going to happen this NFL season. Is Brandon Aiyuk going to be a 49er or not? The latest on that with Frank Schwab, Yahoo Sports NFL writer, when he joins us, coming right up on Sactown Sports.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Folsom Lake Kia.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. We're seeing brighter skies for this Tuesday afternoon. Temperatures will be warming into the lower 90s. We'll have light winds out of the southwest with overnight lows dropping back to the 50s once again. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
Shop Folsom Lake Kia for special offers right now. I'm Coach Doug Christie urging you to visit my friends at Folsom Lake Kia and save big on your next new or certified pre-owned vehicle right now. Visit FolsomLakeKia.com.
Hi, this is Greg Papa. Disasters hit every day. If your home, business, or building has suffered from any disaster, SunPoint Public Adjusters can help. SunPoint prepares, presents, and negotiates your claim with the insurance company, working only for you, making sure you get everything you're entitled to and letting their focus be on what's most important, your family or your business. Call SunPoint today at 888-247-7865 or contact us at sunpoint.us. SunPoint Public Adjusters, the gold standard in public adjusting.
License number 2N14884.
For most of the people that walk in our store, it's been an ongoing, nonstop issue, and they're finally walking into the Good Feet store. Okay, the guy that came into my store last year that has had plantar fasciitis for 30 years. I looked at him, I said, are you kidding me? I've been here for 14. Where have you been? I helped relieve a problem that's plagued him for 30 years. I mean, how do you not go home and talk about that?
Come to the Good Feet store now for a free fitting and test walk.
It's a myth to think you don't play golf well enough to get fitted for golf clubs. The professionals at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio would argue that playing the game with golf clubs properly fitted to your body and swing characteristics is the best way to improve your game and have more fun on the golf course. With a professional staff of fitters, all the major brands of equipment, and cutting-edge technology featuring TrackMan, the indoor-outdoor Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio is worth a look. See for yourself, Fulton Avenue at the Cap City Freeway. Schedule your fitting at 916-808-2531, 808-2531.
Sacramento, Dirks Bentley's coming to town. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo for Country in the Park 2. And he's bringing some friends. Harmony, Tyler Rich, Dasha, Kelsey Hart, and more. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo. Get your tickets today before they're sold out at CITPFest.com.
Brought to you by Harvey's of Sacramento and Public Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram Center.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
Seems as though casual players are always trying to balance the desire to hit the golf ball farther with shooting lower scores. Whether you hit a 270-yard drive or miss a 12-inch putt, they both count a stroke on your scorecard. Some of us will never hit the ball 270 yards, and trying normally leaves us well short and well right of the target. Seems as though improving our putting might be an easier way to shoot better scores. Putting is about confidence. It's about feeling the greens, seeing the line, visualizing the ball going in the hole, and making a confident stroke. Harvey Penick says never repeat key, never allow yourself to think about what's riding on the putt, whether it's a major championship or just a 50-cent wager. Hit the putt as you've hit 10,000 putts in the past. Concentrate on imitating your final practice stroke, not on what will happen if you either miss it or make it. A positive mind will cure a lot of ills. Think about it. Really, think about it. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
At aimyourdigital.com, we'll help you target the right audience, build your leads, and crush your quota. Take your business to the next level. Our digital marketing strategies help grow awareness of your product or service, all while building trust in your business. Our approach involves leveraging multiple tools and strategies to deliver exceptional results that are customized to your unique business needs. Don't wait to run out of sales leads. Keep your business growing. Get started with aimyourdigital.com today.
Whitey here, reminding you that not all gas grills are created equal. Bring out all the delicious flavors in your grilled meats with the amazing Napoleon Prestige and Prestige Pro line of outdoor cookers. My Napoleon Stainless Steel Pro Series gas grill has turned me into a grilling pro with features other grills cannot match. They're built different, built better, built to last. Made with premium stainless steel that boasts quality and a lifetime warranty. I may never want to cook indoors again. Napoleon grills and accessories are now available at your nearby Amy's, Ace Hardware in Sacramento, and now El Dorado.
Your afternoon home for Kings talk and so much more. The Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
Before we bring on our next NFL guest, Jay, do we have a show rule? Is there a cap on how many Eagles questions Drapes can ask? And I'm just asking. I'm not saying there is or should
he's
be.
good.
There's no cap?
No, he's good.
Appreciate that, Jay.
He can spend the whole interview talking about the Eagles?
Well, he's a sharp individual. He's well-versed, a veteran, a legend in what he does. Man, he knows he can't do that.
Exactly. I know good content. I know what makes good radio. And that's Eagles questions right now.
Let's find out how much discipline he has as we bring him in. Yahoo Sports NFL writer Frank Schwab with us. How are you today, Frank?
Hey, what's going on?
We're glad to have you with us. Can we just see from your perspective here what may be going on with Brandon Aiyuk? We have conflicting reports today. They're in Rappaport suggesting, they've agreed to a deal. And then news out of San Francisco suggesting, and also Pittsburgh, nothing really has changed. Do you have any idea what's up with Aiyuk, how likely he is to stay with the 49ers?
No, I mean, this has gone back and forth so often that it's hard to really say where it's going next or where it stands. I mean, there's been conflicting reports for weeks now. It just seems like all these teams are wanting to get their side out there. And I say this, I've been covering the league 20 plus years. I don't remember trade talks happening this publicly before. It seems like everybody's business is out there, right? Everybody knows that the team's involved, and even in some cases what they're offering and the contracts that have been turned down. So it's kind of crazy to see this play out in real time like it has. My guess on where we stand is the 49ers are stalling, to be honest. I think why would they want to trade Brandon Aiyuk? I mean, when you talk about Ian Rappaport's report, and, what he basically said was the framework's been done. The Steelers are fine with the contract. They're just waiting on the final sign-off from the 49ers. That makes sense to me because, of course, the 49ers don't want to sign off on this. They're a Super Bowl favorite. They're one of 4 or 5 teams that you'd feel confident saying that this team could be in New Orleans for the Super Bowl next February. Why would they want to trade a guy who led their team in receiving by 300 yards? So I kind of am nobody knows really what's happening. Let's be very honest about that. My guess is that the 49ers just want this to work out. I think that they saw that, we all saw that report that Aiyuk wasn't really all that into playing for the Patriots, even though they offered him $30 to $32 million a year. I wonder if that, put a light bulb above the 49ers head saying, hey, if this isn't about money, totally about money, because Brandon Aiyuk could be a New England Patriot if it was all about money.
Yeah.
If it isn't all about money and it's part of the situation, nobody offers a better situation than the San Francisco 49ers.
Frank Schwab joining us. Frank, I'm looking at your timeline here on Twitter, and one of the things you said, I don't blame the 49ers for being hopeful that they can retain Aiyuk. What gives you the sense that they're hopeful? Is it because he's turned down, Cleveland, he's turned down New England?
Yep, absolutely. Again, if this isn't just about money, and if it is about money, I'm not even blaming anybody. Like, this is their livelihood, and that's how, if Brandon Aiyuk just said, yeah, Patriots are offering $32 million, I want to go there because I can be one of the highest paid receivers in NFL history, I'd understand it, but it's clearly not about that. The situation factors in, and I think the 49ers all of a sudden are saying, well, he's not just on a money grab here, or he'd be in New England right now. So that gives the 49ers some hope that way, that Aiyuk is just going to eventually say, you know what, situation here is good. You're offering me a fair contract. Let's just do this. Now, another part of that, too, is I think the 49ers have the leverage here. Nobody's really adequately answered to me, okay, if John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan just go to Brandon Aiyuk and say, you know what, we're stopping trade talks. We're not trading you. Either you play this year for us for $14.1 million, or sorry, you just lose out on all that money and you don't get your accrued season. It's up to you. What does Brandon Aiyuk do with that? What's his counterpunch to that? He basically has to play. And I don't love the fact that, I like when players have leverage. I like when they get paid. I'm very pro player in all of this, but I do also understand the realistic scenario here that if the 49ers simply play hardball and say, Brandon, you're either playing with us or you're not playing, what choice does he have? Really? Like, I guess there's some scenario where he, all of a sudden week 1, he has a hamstring injury, and the hamstring injury lasts 18 weeks. But I don't think Brandon Aiyuk's unprofessional like that. And also, he wants to get that big contract next March. So I still think the 49ers hold a lot of cards here.
Catching up with Frank Schwab, Yahoo Sports NFL writer. Frank, as you mentioned, as we all know, 49ers appear to shape up as a legitimate Super Bowl contender. What would you say is their biggest concern or obstacle to actually finally achieving that?
Yeah, and I think we just talked about it.
Yeah.
This situation really has to get settled before you can have an honest conversation about the 49ers. If you take Brandon Aiyuk off of this team, I mean, it's a massive, again, he led this team in receiving by more than 300 yards. Like, he was a massive part of what they do. But let's just assume, other than that, and other than Trent Williams and all this kind of stuff, I don't think there's a weakness. I really don't. It's just, it's one of those rare NFL rosters where I usually can sit here, even with good teams, and tell you, well, they're a little deficient here, or a little deficient there. The 49ers aren't. Straight up. Like, there's nothing holding them back from winning a Super Bowl other than it's the NFL.
Right.
Weird things happen.
Yeah.
It's a year-to-year thing, and you have one key injury, 2 key injuries, and all of a sudden the margins are so slim that a team like the Detroit Lions can come get you. And I'm picking the Lions to win the Super Bowl, kind of based on variance and just the fact that the Lions got better and the 49ers really didn't, and they're dealing with this Brandon Aiyuk situation. But obviously, it's so. If you told me the 49ers put all this Aiyuk stuff behind them, went on and finished 14-3 and won a Super Bowl, wouldn't surprise me at all. They have that kind of roster to do it. It's just really, really hard in the NFL from year to year.
Yeah.
Our guy Frank Schwab joining the drive, guys. Frank, where do you have my Eagles then penciled in? And I got to get one. I got to get one Eagles question off, Frank. Where do you have my Eagles?
And I'm glad you used the term pencil, because I could pencil them in as high as top 5, and I can pencil them in the middle of the NFL.
Oh, come on, Frank. Come on.
We can. Somebody has to answer to me. Why did that team for 7 weeks look like one of the 5 worst teams in the NFL last season? Like, they were. This wasn't a team that suddenly started losing because this team hit a 58-yard field goal at the buzzer. They were losing to the Arizona Cardinals at home. They were getting boat raced by the Buccaneers in the playoffs. They lost to the Giants week 18. Like, this is a team that suddenly went from 10-1 to one of the worst teams in football. And you can look at the roster and say it's unbelievable. It might be the best roster in football. You can make that argument. You can look at you got such upgrades at coordinator. Fangio's awesome. Kellen Moore's better than what they had, obviously. But I still haven't really heard an answer of what have they fixed from the end of last year that led them to be so bad, like legitimately a terrible football team. So I don't know what to make of the Eagles. I've said this often this offseason, that their range of outcomes is winning the Super Bowl or first coach fired. I would believe either one. Absolutely. If Nick Sirianni is fired by Halloween, it would not surprise me that much.
Frank, where are you from? You from Washington? You from New York? You a Giants fan or something? Cowboys fan? Where are you from, Frank?
An unbiased report.
I need to hear his background.
I got no dog in this fight. I'm based out here in Colorado, grew up in Wisconsin, so I got nothing against the Eagles. I'm just saying, like, this. It's a weird team. This is the team to me with the widest range of outcomes in the NFL. Maybe the Jets because we don't know about Rodgers and all that, but I just don't know what to make of the Eagles anymore. I was huge on them 2 years ago. I'll pat myself on the back right now with you. I was the one out in front saying this team can win a Super Bowl before week 1 even. Mm-hmm. And I have some betting slips that I tore up in the fourth quarter of that Super Bowl to prove it. But I don't know what to make of them right now. I really don't. Like they were just, again, they were so bad at the end of last year, and the Sirianni situation is so weird that I just don't know what to make of them right now. I believe they're going to be good. I believe they're going to be a playoff team, but I can't shake the images of the Buccaneers just absolutely beating the heck out of them in the wild card round in games like that.
Yeah, our guest is quickly becoming one of our all-time favorite guests. Frank Schwab, Yahoo Sports NFL writer. Frank, we'll let you go on this one. We've been talking NFL people now for a couple weeks, scores, and we'd love your pick for a surprise team. And I'll just tell you, we got Washington's gotten some mention. Somebody mentioned Arizona.
No.
Somebody mentioned Arizona yesterday. I think we had a Jacksonville mention, but just Frank Schwab's pick for a surprise team this year. Who do you like?
I'll say with Arizona that I'm excited to watch them, but they're going to lose a lot of 38, 35 games. That defense is bad, so I can't pick them. I'll say that Washington is. I think Washington is a playoff contender. As crazy as that sounds, I just love Jaden Daniels. I think he's a heck of a player. I think Dan Quinn's a big upgraded coach. They've upgraded their roster. I just think that if you look at the teams that have gone from worst to first recently, just about every one of them had a quarterback drafted in the top 2 who played really well. And I think that the Washington can be that team. I'll give you another answer, though, just because I want to be different. I think the Cleveland Browns can make a Super Bowl. I know I'm getting crazy on you here. Wow. But they went 11-6 last year with corpses playing quarterback. Are you telling me Deshaun Watson in 2024 is going to be worse than 37-year-old Joe Flacco? I just don't feel like I get it. Deshaun Watson has to do it. Nobody's rooting for him. Nobody. Like he is maybe the most unlikable guy in the NFL. I get all that, of course. But their over-under win total right now is 8.5. And you're telling me that an 11-6 team with Joe Flacco quarterback is going to drop 3 wins? Like last year when either Flacco or Watson started, they were 9-2. This was a really, really, really good football team. And it's Kevin Stefanski is 2-time coach of the year. The defense is awesome. They have one question answer, and that's the quarterback, who 4-ish years ago was a top 5, 6, 7 quarterback in the NFL. And he's 28 years old. There's just no comp to if Deshaun Watson's just done as a reasonable NFL quarterback, there's no comp to it. Like nobody's ever had that career path of being elite and then suddenly falling off and being terrible, except for injury. Like, Dante Culpepper is one example. But I just kind of have this blind faith that Deshaun Watson's going to be okay, and the Cleveland Browns are going to be really, really good. And yeah, I'm being a little contrarian just because it's fun, but I'm picking. I don't even believe I'm saying this out of my mouth, but I'm picking the Lions over the Browns in the Super Bowl, and then happens the Monday after, I guess. Right?
Listen, Frank, we asked you for a surprise team. We appreciate the surprise, so thank you.
Right?
Yeah.
And I'll tell you what, Frank. If it's Lions Browns, I don't know who has the Super Bowl this year, but they better get a refund. If it's like nobody watching that game, I'm sorry. Nobody's watching that for the football.
No, you are wrong. Everybody would watch the Lions winning a Super Bowl would be one of the great American sports stories, and I would love it.
If it's the Lions and Browns, I'm going to call it the Schwab Bowl. I'll tell you that.
Okay,
right now.
okay.
Thanks, Frank.
Hey, keep this clipping if it comes true, and if it doesn't come true, just burn it.
We appreciate it. We'll talk to you soon, sir. Thank you.
Appreciate you guys.
Yeah. All right. Well, when we come back, we'll sort through the conflicting Aiyuk reports today, next on Sactown Sports.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Xfinity Mobile. Connect to the most reliable 5G network nationwide. Well, with the A's starting rotation in flux for much of the year, left-hander J.P. Sears has been a constant. In fact, he hasn't missed a start going back to the beginning of last year. And when he beat the White Sox to begin the A's most recent homestand, that meant the A's had won 6 of his previous 7 starts. And during those 6 wins, his ERA was 1.73.
Want to save on some of the biggest names in streaming on the network made for streaming? Now through September 21st, get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for 12 months with a 1-year contract. And for just $15 a month, add the new Stream Saver. That includes Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix for just $35 a month. Switch at Xfinity.com today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular internet rates apply. Currently $54 a month. Actual speeds vary. Stream Saver requires Xfinity internet or TV and price subject to change.
Bing Maloney Golf Course is 27 holes of high-flying public fun, and Bing Maloney is a classic design for golfers of all abilities. Bing Maloney's lighted driving range is a great place to learn and practice this summer under the covered hitting stations. The range also offers a practice putting green and outdoor furniture to relax with friends. Enjoy tasty beverages or comfort food from Maloney's Grill. The Association of Golf Merchandisers has named Bing Maloney a top 100 golf shop. For tee times, visit bingmaloney.com. It's Sacramento Golf's great value course.
You drove the miles and your tires are done. Got to shop the best prices under the sun at Big O. Big O Tires.
Shop top brand tires with the lowest tire price guarantee and visit your locally owned Big O Tires. Now through August 27th. Buy 3, get 1 free on 4 select in-stock Cooper, Nexen, Nitto, National or Sumitomo brand tires with installation purchase. Installation required. Disposal fees and shop fees extra were permitted. See store for pricing. Eligibility may vary. Not valid with other offers. Match applies to identical tires at regular retail price. Exclusions apply. See dealer for details.
At Northern California's #1 Honda dealer, Stockton Honda, we make the dream of owning a new car easy and stress-free.
With prices that you just can't say no to. Save on our best selection of the year during the final days of the Honda Summer Event.
Come in today or go to StocktonHonda.com.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Number 1 claims based on 2023 total new and Honda certified pre-owned vehicle car sales from American Honda Motor Company. Sold on report.
Hey, what's up, Sacramento? It's Kyle Draper. Turn up the cleanliness at your restaurant, healthcare, or industrial business with Alsco Uniforms, the official sponsor of the Sacramento Kings Mop Crew. We've got you covered with crisp uniforms, hygienically clean linens, floor mats, and of course, mops delivered weekly. But that's not all. Alsco Uniforms also offers weekly services for first aid and restroom supplies. Discover why it pays to keep clean with Alsco Uniforms. Just go to alsco.com to learn more. Again, that's ALSCO.com.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave for American Energy Heating and Air with a question. Have you recently had a technician diagnose your HVAC system? You were a bit surprised at how much it cost? Or did something seem off about their quote? Because at American Energy, they take pride in giving you honest, straightforward solutions to get that system up and running. Have their qualified technicians come out and give you a free second opinion. It's free. You got nothing to lose but some dollars off of that original quote. They're making the uncomfortable comfortable. They've been doing it since 1981, serving the greater Sacramento area. A+ with the Better Business Bureau. That's why they keep having customers coming back for more and more and more. You can call them and set that appointment at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com.
Call 916-520-9990 now. Saying
ATL Jacob.
Live and local, it's The Drive Guys. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sactown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sactown Sports app.
Yeah, a lot of reports, news bits, if you will, about Brandon Aiyuk we've received this afternoon. Some of them kind of contradict each other, but I think we end up in pretty much the same place where we were. Before we get to that, I want to see if you guys heard about Charlie Smith, the kicker, okay, this is a guy who had never played football, okay? An Irish Gaelic football player, had never played American football, but there was some video of him kicking like 60-yard field goals, and there's some international NFL program, and through that, he ended up signing with the Saints. So in the preseason game, there's 5 seconds left. The Saints were trailing the Cardinals 14-13, preseason opener. And Dennis Allen, Coach of the Saints says, let's see what this guy can do. So he puts him in with 5 seconds left for a 37-yard field goal that could win the game. First time the guy has ever played football. It's up. It's good.
He made it up.
Yeah.
Okay. Talk about a pressure situation.
Yeah.
So are they signing this guy the rest of the season?
I don't know, because
or
they
what?
got the other guy, Blake Groupie, who did pretty well last year.
Okay.
But Charlie Smith says, that's when it starts to hit you, playing these big NFL teams. He says to imagine a year ago when I'd never kicked a football before to where I am now.
So you can go from that to the NFL.
Yes.
Just like, that's probably the only position you can do something like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
He says, I feel like I'm the luckiest man alive right now. I know that's just a preseason game, but that's a Disney movie waiting to happen. Maybe not a theatrical release, but, Disney Plus or something.
Right, Disney Plus. Yeah. Like one of those Lifetime movies, but, made for TV kind of stories. Yeah.
You got the
That's
coaches
pretty
looking
impressive.
at, who's that guy? He's an Irish Gaelic player.
Right,
Look at him kick. Let's sign him up.
Sign him up, right?
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
There's also a guy on the Bills who played his first football game over the weekend, and is he a gold medalist in wrestling? And they signed him, and he played, and he never played football before.
What, a lineman or something like
Yes,
that? Or
yes,
really?
defensive lineman. Yeah.
Hey, man, you know how it is. It's one of those, like Giannis being discovered overseas, hawking watches and jewelry, It's like, how do you unearth these guys? That's pretty sweet.
So that's pretty cool. Charlie Smith, who says he hopes to become the regular kicker, but I think the odds are against him. But how about that? Go kick if you miss this, we lose the game. Let's see what you can do. Boom!
And he nails it, right? He got to get another opportunity, right?
I would think so.
You would think, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
See what he can do.
Yeah. Do you think the 49ers are going to get an opportunity to win with Brandon Aiyuk this year? What's your sense of where that is?
I think it's done. Meaning Aiyuk is going to be dealt.
Really?
I think there's too much bad blood. There's too much, animosity, if you will. Because here's the thing. Everybody says Aiyuk wants to stay in San Francisco, and he may want to. But who's more likely to budge? The Niners or Aiyuk? Probably Aiyuk. So knowing that, if he knows that, and he's sticking to his convictions, I think ultimately he's going to, accept the trade to Pittsburgh, and because the Niners aren't going to budge. Like Frank Schwab just said, they have the leverage. They don't have to move away from their offer. Aiyuk is the one that has to move to their number, not the other way around. If they were going to move to Aiyuk's number, why not do it? So Aiyuk is either going to have to swallow his pride and accept this deal or stick to his guns and get traded. And I think he's going to get traded.
Jacob Ander on the chat asks, we still defending Aiyuk on this show?
Who's defending?
Yeah. And besides, you can't defend. He'll get open. Nobody can defend him, Jacob. You can't defend him. He runs us precise route. Here's what was reported today. Again, I say that with an
Ian
asterisk.
Rappaport.
Ian Rappaport came out, and you may have seen this. He reported that the Steelers and the 49ers have come to terms on a deal.
Yep.
It's in place, and the Steelers are just waiting for the 49ers to decide whether or not they want to do it, which implies, of course, that there's been some progress here and that we're closer to a resolution. We have from Tim Kawakami, the Athletic, who's been covering the 49ers in depth for years. He says the Aiyuk side and the 49ers side, from everything I've heard lately, remain unhappy with the way each has approached this. Still could come to an agreement, but it is unlikely to be all hugs and buddy-buddy. That's Tim Kawakami. Jerry Dulock, who covers the Steelers, says, FYI, nothing has changed since last week as far as Steelers are concerned regarding Aiyuk trade. Just waiting to see if 49ers are going to re-sign him or deal him. No Steelers players involved. That's Jerry Dulock, who covers the Steelers. So for all the excitement, I know I got excited when I saw and heard the Ian Rappaport story. It sounds like really nothing happened today.
Well, Whitey, but Ian's report and Jerry's report, to me, are two different things. And we got Ian sound? Ian Rappaport? Yeah, let's hear out, because I want to break down exactly what he said. Here's Ian Rappaport talking about Brandon Aiyuk and the Niners.
All right. Well, significant update, I would say, in the Brandon Aiyuk situation. Here's where it all stands, as things have gotten a little bit spicy. Sources say the Steelers and the 49ers have agreed to terms on a trade. They have agreed to compensation, and the Steelers are in a good place on Brandon Aiyuk's contract. That does not mean the trade is done. Does not mean the trade is done. It simply means if the 49ers say yes, then it is done. That part has not happened yet, but the deal is in place. Meanwhile, the 49ers have made an offer for Brandon Aiyuk to keep him there on a long-term extension. He has not accepted that yet. The fact that he has not accepted that yet means it is simply not enough, and the 49ers are not there yet. So there are now dual paths for the 49ers. There's the potential trade with the Steelers, then there's the potential contract extension with Brandon Aiyuk. Neither thing is done. That is why we are in absolute limbo for Brandon Aiyuk.
And that was about an hour ago.
Rap Sheet is my guy. Used to work with him out in Boston. Used to come on our shows all the time. But even he, just in that report we just heard, contradicted himself. He said they agreed to a trade. And then 10, 15 seconds later says, now it's up to the Niners to decide whether they agree to it or not.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and so did Jerry Dulac say, like, he contradicted. Now, to me, if you agree to a trade, that means both sides have said yes.
Right.
And the ball's in Ayuk's court. But Jerry Dulac is reporting, and Rappaport said it in on the back end, it's up to the Niners to decide if they want. Well, then they didn't agree to a trade then, right?
Right. You're right.
He contradicted himself right there. That's why I wanted to hear it. You know, the words matter, Whitey. Yeah, words matter. And Rappaport tried to make it sound like he had this big scoop. It's spicy, he said. Really, like Jerry Dulac said, we're right back to square one where we were last week.
One thing that's clear is the 49ers definitely do not want to deal him. They've had opportunities to. They're not happy, like Tim Kawakami says. I think they're going to end up re-signing him, but it's going to be messy, and I think it's going to linger over the season. I think, you know, they're not going to be happy with him, which they won't talk about once the season starts, but he's not going to be happy, and he's going to talk about it once the season starts. I think that's where it's headed. He's going to be there, but as Kawakami suggests, it's not going to be all rainbows and bunny dogs.
Kumbaya and all that. Yeah, you're right. Jacob says basically means they have the framework for a deal, but Aiyuk is holding things up on both ends. Is it Aiyuk that's holding things up, or is it the Niners? According to Rap Sheet, they got to say yes. Is that we're just waiting for them to say yes, you know, sign the paperwork, send them there. Yeah, I don't know whose ball
it's pretty clear to me, like you said, it's pretty clear to me that it's up to the 49ers.
Yeah, it's up to the 49ers, right? It's on them to be like, okay, we accept this offer. We are open to trading Aiyuk. It sounds to me, though, Whitey, to your point, neither side talking to Aiyuk or the Niners.
Nobody's happy.
Nobody wants to actually do this. It's like, you know, everybody's posturing, threatening, but nobody's willing to actually pull the trigger on it.
All right. Stay tuned. One of these days, we'll actually have a resolution here. When we come back, we'll take a peek once again at the Kings play-in schedule and a little more information on the upcoming schedule when we come right back. Drive, guys. Sactown Sports.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Thunder, feel the thunder, lightning and the thunder.
Sets alight an elevated state of being. Days are pure exhilaration. And the nights, they're simply electric. See it, hear it, feel it.
Thunder, feel the thunder, lightning and the thunder.
Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Feel the thunder.
I would end the day
with sore feet, sore legs. The drugstore inserts that I was purchasing were really not very useful at all. I walked into the Good Feet store, and the guy kind of grinned at me and said, I hear that a lot. I was living with chronic pain before going to the Good Feet store. Now I don't really have that problem. I'm able to do the things that I expect to be able to do, even at my advanced stage. I feel pretty good about what's going on.
Come to the Good Feet store now for a free fitting and test walk.
When you're ready to get properly fitted for golf clubs, join the thousands of Northern California golfers who visited the indoor-outdoor Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio. Players of all abilities found the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio offers answers to questions about golf club fitting. You'll find a professional staff of fitters, major equipment brands, and cutting-edge technology featuring TrackMan. See for yourself at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio, Fulton Avenue at the Cap City Freeway. Call 916-808-2531 to schedule your fitting. 808-2531 for longer, straighter drives. Labor Day, our annual celebration of workers and their achievements, was first observed in New York, and the first Monday in September became a national holiday in 1894. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. Each year we commemorate Labor Day with parades, picnics, and family gatherings. And right now, Naturewood Home Furnishings is celebrating with their exceptional whole store Labor Day sale. Would you like to refresh your living room? Would you like to restyle your bedroom? Maybe you want to redesign your home office. No matter whether it's your dining room, kids' rooms, accents, or accessories, Naturewood's unique store-wide Labor Day sale offers savings in every department and savings on every brand like Stanton, Omnia, England, Stickley, Flex Steel, and all the rest of the award-winning furniture. When it comes right down to it, it's all about choices and always about quality. Visit Naturewood Home Furnishings right now for this remarkable Labor Day sale. Off Highway 50 at Hazel, look for the water wheel.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento.
Take it on the local level.
Live and local, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., Monday through Friday.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, Sactown Sports. The only station in Sacramento giving you local sports coverage from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. Sactown Sports.
We got more information on the Kings' new schedule. We'll take a peek at that in just a moment. First, Jay, here's the question. We were just talking about Brandon Aiyuk. Can the 49ers win a Super Bowl this year if they don't have Brandon Aiyuk? Could they still win a Super Bowl? What do you think, Jay? Could the 49ers win without Brandon Aiyuk?
Yeah, it just depends. The one thing about it is something's coming back. We don't know what's coming back, but something's coming back. So it depends on what's coming back.
Yeah. All right. Jay says they could still win without
Look at some of the packages that have been allegedly presented. The Matthew Judon, Kendrick Bourne, with the second pick or a fifth round pick. You look at Amari Cooper, second round, fifth round pick. Like I can argue. People here might not want to hear it, but I can argue Amari Cooper's just as good as Brandon Aiyuk.
He don't block. He doesn't block like Brandon Aiyuk.
Go. Got CMC, man. How much does blocking really matter?
Come on.
Put Jawan Jennings out there, best blocker on the team.
That's one of the things that makes Aiyuk so well fitted.
How great of a blocker is Brandon Aiyuk?
He's a good blocker. He's a good blocker, downfield blocker.
Are we calling this guy Trent Williams all of a sudden out there?
Come on, Jay.
Come on.
He's not Trent Williams, but he's not Amari Cooper either. I think they need him to win this year.
I think so.
But I also think if they have him and he's not happy, then you don't really have him.
Right. Right. It
so then what's the point?
Well, if he comes in and is happy and a good soldier, everything's good.
So you guys truly believe this season hinges on if Brandon Aiyuk is happy or not?
It might. It could. Yeah, it could. The sports talk thing to say would be, yes, they cannot win without him.
Who you throwing the ball to, Jay, over 20 yards?
Again, I'm going to say it one more time. When it's finalized, then we can answer that question. I don't know what's coming back.
All right.
You got it.
If nothing comes back, you don't think that,
Oh, it's a problem.
Okay.
It's a problem. Absolutely. Because now we're talking about Robbie Chosen. We're talking about Danny Gray. We're talking about Chris Conley. We're talking about Tricky Ricky P. We're talking about people who are unproven minus Robbie Anderson. Mm-hmm. But yeah, for sure, Drapes. If no one comes back and Jawan Jennings is your starter, opposite of Debo, they sure better be making a play for somebody midseason.
Did you guys hear what Matt LaFleur said? Because reporters keep asking about who's your number one receiver. because they don't have anybody who's been an established receiver. Obviously, they hope to develop one.
Yeah.
So the reporters are, who's your number one? Who's your number one receiver? He said, if I hear one more question about who our number one receiver is, I'm going to vomit. So, but it's a fair question, right? It would be a fair question with the Niners. You lose Aiyuk. Okay, well then what?
You got a number one in Devo, but then you ain't got no number two, basically.
So and they know that, right?
Yeah.
Like we don't like the way he's dealing with this. We're not comfortable with all of this. We don't want to pay him that money. But turns out maybe Ayuk's got a lot more leverage than a lot of us, at least speaking for myself, a lot more than I realized.
I mean, as this gets closer to the season, I got to imagine, the Niners will gain more leverage once he starts losing game checks if he takes it that far. But the fact that this has played out as long as it has, Whitey, leads me to believe both sides feel like they have some leverage. If Aiyuk didn't have any leverage at all, he probably would have caved in by now, but I think his leverage runs out once week 1 comes and the game checks he starts missing. Unless the Niners, like the Cowboys did with Emmitt Smith, started 0-2 and then went,
I remember that.
And then they're like, oh man, we need this guy. We got to get him in camp. But I don't see that happening with the Niners.
They may be doing the same thing right now with CeeDee Lamb.
Yeah. You're right. You heard Jerry Jones the other day talking about him. And I think, when I heard Jerry Jones say, we miss him, but we don't miss him out here on the field now. And Jay sent this in the text chain. I'm like, what the heck is he saying?
Yeah.
But I think he was trying to say it's preseason. This is camp. We're not really missing him. Now, if it's games, then we would definitely miss him. But I think CD and Aiyuk are in total two different positions because CeeDee Lamb is the Cowboys offense. Their running game, they don't have anybody. We went through the exercise earlier this week or last week. They got Ezekiel Elliott back. They don't have any running backs of their top 3 under contract past this year. They need CeeDee Lamb. The Niners, they got CMC. They got Debo. They got other weapons that they can use.
I know that yesterday Kyle Shanahan said some things about Brandon Aiyuk and him keeping himself in game shape, which were interesting. We'll get to those coming up here. But speaking of games, we have the Kings Emirates NBA Cup group play schedule. And I was going to say it's spectacular. It's not. It's good to have. We'll see. As you may have heard by now, Friday, November 15th, they play Minnesota here. Friday, November 22nd, they're at the Clippers. Friday, November 29th, they're at Portland. Then Tuesday, December 3rd, the Rockets come in. And that's the Kings group play schedule.
Yeah, and I said it last hour, and I'll say it again. The opponents aren't going to be, anything you get too excited about other than Minnesota. Not marquee matchups. But this is a chance for the Kings to handle their business. A chance for the Kings to, at worst, go 3-1 in this grouping. I mean, you got to avenge those losses to Houston last year. So you should come in with some motivation. Minnesota, obviously they were, a top 2, top 3 seed last year. Ant Edwards, the face of the NBA, you got an opportunity there. The Clippers with Kawhi Leonard being the guy now, no Paul George, you should be better than them. No excuses for this team not to go 3-1 during this trip, this in-season tournament schedule.
Yeah, speaking of trips, Carmichael Dave tweeting this afternoon that the Kings have 2 6-game road trips.
Yeah.
Again, as we get the schedule in bits and pieces here and there, it's hard to figure out where it all fits together, but we are getting some indications here of what the Kings have. It's just hard to draw any conclusions yet.
Yes, it's just, piecemeal, and people are weighing in on the text line. You can weigh in as well, 916-339-1140. Somebody from the 916 says, that's been my question all along. When does the full NBA regular season get revealed? Give me the whole schedule, not just parts here and there. Come on, NBA, you can do better. Thursday, it's supposed to come out reportedly. And it's like, giving a kid, a piece of a cupcake here or there, and they just want to dive into the whole cupcake.
And the thing is, the NBA feels like this is the best way to do it, right? They feel like, we'll dangle that carrot, string them along, and it's not the best way to do it.
It's a terrible rollout. It's like being a rapper and your label's releasing your worst cuts out, trying to get people
parts
hyped.
Of it.
Yeah, parts of it. And then, it'd be different if you had a banger or two. Kings ain't got no bangers here. You know, I'm not getting excited right now. And here's the problem with the NBA in this rollout, Whitey. When did we get word that the NBA was releasing the Emirates Cup schedule? Yesterday.
Yesterday?
Right. Give me a countdown clock. Give me, 7 days till Christmas kind of, on the 7th day, on the 6th day. Like, they got to do a better job at that. And I agree with the 916. The NBA has to be better. This is your really your only thing in August people look forward to when it comes to basketball. And they're botching it right now.
Yeah.
I texted an NBA source yesterday about this, and they said, and this was yesterday, early afternoon, they were saying, well, we're not sure exactly when we're putting out the schedule, or it might be third. Like,
if you're not, who is?
They said it wasn't done yet. And it's like, what are we, come on. I know guys have been busy with the Olympics and everything like that, but this should be a well-oiled machine. It seems like they're sort of, just playing it by ear, doing it as it goes.
I know it's incredibly difficult, but is it so difficult that you don't know when it's going to be done?
Right.
Well, we need a date for the schedule. I don't know. We don't know when we're going to be finished with this. It's just an opportunity missed. The NFL schedule release is the biggest. Everyone gets so excited for good reason. But the NBA is there too. It's funny. I love baseball. When the baseball schedule comes out, sometimes you don't even notice. Because they come out with it like a year, almost a full year in advance. So that's no big deal. But this should be a bigger deal. And instead it's kind of a, wait, what is this? What's going on?
Yeah, the NBA should be more uniform in everything. Preseason schedule. All right, this is the date. Every team releases their How come we know Utah's preseason schedule? We know Golden State's, but we don't know our beloved Sacramento Kings. We know bits and pieces of it. What's the holdup? And maybe it's, home dates and arena availability.
That's the only thing I can think of.
Yeah, or something like that. But it needs to be uniform around the league so that, how the league comes out with their annual calendar of important dates?
Mm-hmm.
That should be on there. Schedule release date, August 17th or whatever it's going to be.
Let's see. Frankie, here's what we know about the Kings schedule. Preseason. Frankie has 3 preseason games. Friday, October 11th at Warriors. Sunday, October 13th versus Blazers. Tuesday, October 15th at Jazz. And then the regular season, I know you were breaking some of these down earlier, Drapes. Minnesota on the 24th, knew that. Saturday, the 26th at Lakers. Friday, the November 15th, T-Wolves. And then, so this is just, is this the whole October, November schedule? Looks like it might be, but I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. He got some of the October. He got the in-season tournament schedule mixed in there as well. I don't know, man. And I will say this about the preseason. We probably will have one more preseason games. Mm-hmm. If we have 2 on the road, we'll probably have 2 at home. So who's that third team or fourth team or whatever it's going to be? Is it going to be a home game against the Warriors? I don't think so, because I think the Warriors announced their schedule. Is it going to be a Clippers or a Lakers or something like that?
Yeah.
And so, I bet that'll be on probably Wednesday the 9th, maybe even before Friday, October 11th. And so, I don't know, man. This is the problem. We're trying to, it's like having squares on the piece of paper and you're filling each square in, and
it's not bad. It's just it could be so much
better. Yes.
Yeah. When we come back, look at what NBA teams still need to make a move the most. Are the Kings on that list as we continue to pour over what we have on the new schedule? Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
Hello, Sacramento. I'm Emran Pilati, owner of True Sports Cards and Collectible Store here in Rockland, California, and the host of the True Sports Cards Show that airs right here on Sactown Sports 1140 every Saturday from 10 to 11 a.m., where we discuss the latest trends, hottest products, and deliver exclusive interviews with other industry leaders. And don't forget to visit our shop, True Sports Cards, at 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland, and see what we have for all your sports card and memorabilia needs.
Celebrate Sacramento Rivercats baseball during our 25th anniversary season and join the fun at Sutter Health Park. For a full promotion schedule and to buy tickets, visit rivercats.com. We'll see you there.
Hey, what's up? Kyle Draper for Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. I've had my new Mercedes-Benz EQS SUV for about 6 months now, and it's still the best car driving experience that I've ever had. And I got some news for you. Mercedes-Benz of Stockton doesn't just have cars or SUVs. They also have Sprinter vans, and they have special rates starting at 4.9% APR and an $8,000 discount on over 30 vans in stock. So head on down there right now to Mercedes-Benz of Stockton and check out their new Sprinter vans. Just a short drive right off the 5 in Stockton.
Live and local, it's the Drive Guys. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sactown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sactown Sports app.
Look, Adam Silver, the reason we're frustrated about this slow play on the release of the schedule is because we care so much, right? We want to know.
Exactly. We're
care.
excited. Exactly.
Help us help you. Maybe Thursday we'll get the rest of it.
It's looking like Thursday, hopefully. But you would think they'd be announcing this to the high heavens. Hey, Thursday, it's coming. Set your clock, 7 o'clock ESPN or whatever it is. Instead, we're left to wonder and guess.
I didn't know it was hard in the old days, but now just have AI do it.
Right? Seriously. It's a computer doing it anyway, right? Plug it in. Should be 5 minutes and you're good.
I was reading some article on one of the websites yesterday, and I start to read. It's like, oh, AI did this. Have you ever seen, like, on eBay now, when you list something on eBay, like I sell sports cards and things sometimes, you can have AI write the description, and you don't it's terrible.
Yeah. You know what I've seen AI do? Like, when you look at reviews now, like AI will, cobble together a review, which is pretty interesting and crazy. It's like, no, I want to hear from a real person on this.
Yeah. So that's the only thing I can think of, is that there are still issues with arena availability that's holding it up. Either that, or they seem to think it's more dramatic this way. We'll keep you waiting. There's no need for that.
It doesn't make sense to me. Like it's a rollout gone wrong, if you will.
As we look at the rest of the West, and as you pointed out, Ed, just a peek at the schedule, it becomes apparent early on. Wow, this is kind of a tough schedule.
Yeah.
Why? Because the West is so tough. Who else in the West right now? I shouldn't say who else. Who in the West do you think needs to make an additional move or moves the most right now?
In the Western Conference?
Yeah. The Lakers are probably...
Lakers, yeah, they need to do something. They haven't really much done anything other than their rookies and a new head coach.
The Warriors probably still want to. We know that they were pushing hard to add a star, but it looks like that's not there for them.
Right. Yeah. I don't think there's any other move they could make unless it's a big trade that eventually happens, but I just don't see it. I look at a team like, I think Denver could use some help. You got to look at who they've lost over the last couple of years. Like, and all they've added is Russell Westbrook. Like, and their rookie is hurt too.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Yeah,
Holmes.
DeRon Holmes. He's banged up. So he's going to miss a while.
Yeah, he was going to play.
He was going to play, right? They were counting on him, And so that they could use some help out there.
Do the Kings belong on that list? My honest opinion is
yes.
You're
I was waiting for a but there. They need to do something. I don't know what it is. Monty talked a couple of weeks ago about the core being set and everything like that. I told, reported you guys, I don't think they'll use the mid-level at all. I think they'll sit on that. And so if they do make a move, it's by way of trade. I mean, I just don't see how they can believe their 3/4/5 rotation is set.
They need some front court help.
Yeah.
Now, I wasn't here, obviously. My understanding is I know you did something about John Collins, and then I think some other people in town ran with that a little bit or picked it up. Is that true?
Man, dude, it wasn't just other people. Overseas started talking about that. And here's the thing, I've brought up John Collins for a while, that. And then we had Tim Montemayor, who does a radio show out there in Salt Lake, talked about John Collins.
He used to work on this station.
Oh, yeah, back in the day. Yeah, he came on, and he was singing the praises of John Collins. He thought John Collins would fit him perfectly.
I really don't want him if Monty
right.
But go ahead, yeah.
but he was seeing eye to eye with me, and I did this whole rant, Monty was at home riding his Peloton, probably. I said he needs to be listening to the show and go out there, drive and get John Collins, because he's still, to me, the best fit that's available out there for the Kings.
Mm-hmm. What would it probably cost them? Do you have any idea?
Well, it's interesting because, Montemayor, he came on last week talking about how the Jazz owner, Ryan Smith, really isn't trying to add salary, invest in a whole lot of money. And when you look at Danny Ainge, everybody's saying, well, Danny's driving a hard bargain for this and a hard bargain for that. And to me, it sounded like when we had Tim on, the owner and the GM aren't seeing eye to eye. They're on two different paths. If we're just spitballing it, probably a player of Kevin Huerter's ilk and maybe a protected first. Like, I'm talking, that's what I give up, a protected first. We had Tony Jones on.
Mm-hmm.
He said, hey, if you want John Collins, you can have him.
Right.
So I can't imagine the asking price being super duper high. One thing we talked about last week with the Lowry Markkanen situation, once that was taken care of, now does this mean Utah is looking to do business? Are they open for trades now? And so we'll see here over the next few weeks.
Tim Montemayor. That's nice that he came on. I've known him a long time. He used to work at this station when we were in the other building, and after the show, we would play wiffle ball. And one time, I think he was filling in or something. He'd done a lot of shows over there. And he comes out, we're playing wiffle ball, and he comes out in an Antoine Walker jersey, I'll never forget, which was at least 3 sizes too small for him. He comes out and he grabs a bat. He goes, let me show you how to hit this. And I'll tell you, Jay, I was pitching. He might have heard it, but he didn't see it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
But you
And
threw
then-
some heat
Oh,
at
Blake
him.
Snell.
Like,
Okay,
you gotta
Blake
be
Snell.
kidding me.
Yeah, and he was on his merry way. Have a nice ride home, Tim Montemayor.
That was it?
I'm going to text Monty that right now. Let's see what he says back.
Absolutely true.
Oh, my
absolutely
gosh.
true. Yeah.
Man,
But I'm glad it's nice that he came on.
Yeah,
I'm glad
he came
he's
on
doing
with
well.
us. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Created a big following out there, and he was not biting his tongue. I mean, he was saying some things about that organization that I don't think anybody has said. Pull back the curtain a little bit. And like I said, a lot of people say, well, Danny Ainge, what is he doing? How come he isn't making this trade, or he's asking for too much? And I feel like Ainge is handcuffed by the owner at this point. It was fascinating what he had last week for us.
What is your best guess as to where the Kings are? My guess right now is that they know that they probably could use some help here or there, but they're going to wait and see what's available at the deadline, maybe a little before, and they want to see how this all fits together before they do anything else.
I agree with you because that's how Monty operates, right? Very measured with it. But who's out there? Maybe somebody else will come up that he's more enamored with. Here's the thing about John Collins that, I didn't think about until a few days ago. Wes Wilcox was in Atlanta, I believe, when John Collins was there.
Mm-hmm.
And so I believe Wes would know what kind of player, person John is. And if they haven't done a move or aren't interested, it's making me second guess, is John Collins the right fit? Not from a basketball standpoint, but from a locker room culture, whatever it may be. Like, I would think Wes would know what John Collins could bring to the table.
He's really an interesting player. I used to talk with Jerry about him because Jerry had connections with Atlanta.
Yeah.
Remember, Atlanta was trying to trade him for a long time.
Yeah.
And I'd say, oh, they don't like him. And Jerry would tell me, he said, not that they do like him. They paid him probably too much money. That was the issue.
Mm-hmm.
And then they couldn't find anybody else who thought he was worth what they were paying him. And, there were times there were stretches where it looked like with him and Trey, like, ooh, they had something, but it just they never established any momentum. And then he was on his way to Utah, and his numbers, like you say, you look at his numbers like, wow, you need that guy. How come no one else wants this guy?
Right.
It's a little odd.
It's a little odd, Whitey, and people
I'm not
say
suggesting he's a bad guy at all. I'm not suggesting.
Right, but what's the deal?
Yeah.
Is it empty numbers? Is it numbers, that don't attribute to winning? And people will bring up his contract, 26, I think he's owed. I just read a report that, Jalen Suggs is eligible for an extension where he's going to be making northward of $30+ million.
Ooh.
I think the contracts now are just so out of whack. 25, 26 now. That's
Starts to become like reasonable.
Reasonable now. Exactly. And so, I would not be afraid of John Collins for financial reasons. That would not be the reason. But I don't know the Kings' financials. Maybe they don't want to add any more payroll. Maybe they don't want to go into the luxury tax. I don't know. But to me, from a basketball standpoint, I would love John Collins.
I think that John Collins is theoretically obtainable. I think Jeremy Grant, maybe. I think Kuzma, I think, and we've talked about all these guys. Cam in Brooklyn, and also Dorian Finney-Smith. So you've got guys who, on the surface anyway, look like they would be really good fits, and you could go get them. So I think maybe the Kings look and go, we're not sure we need those guys now. We might. We don't want to give up what they cost right now, so let's see what happens with the market. Don't you think that's probably where they are? Or maybe they say, everyone loves these guys, but we don't like them.
We don't like them. Yeah, that's, you know, that's kind of how I feel like it is, Whitey, and here's why. We've been talking about these guys forever.
Yeah.
We've been talking about, you know, my guy DeMar in Chicago, Zach LaVine. We were talking about all these guys, but we barely mentioned DeMar DeRozan. So it leads me to believe everybody we're talking about, they could have had. They could have had him in June, July, August. They could have met Kyle Kuzma. They could have had him at the trade deadline. They could have done all these moves. It leads me to believe that they don't value them and think the same way we do, that these are players they want to add to the roster. There has to be somebody else they have their eye on.
Jeff Petrie used to say, if you're going to lead the orchestra, you got to turn your back to the audience.
Ooh,
that's where
is that what Monty's doing? Right?
Yeah,
He's not,
it's like all these people.
Right. No, I'm looking this way. Yeah,
right.
I believe in Monty McNair.
But it looks like there are things that could be done there if they get to a point where they feel like, all right, we got to do these things. Thing is, if you wait till the deadline, prices are only going to go up, aren't they, Drapes?
You would think.
Prices are going to go up.
Yeah, I think there would be more buyers, teams, especially, you know, with the play-in tournament teams that might think they're one player away, more competition, you know. But like we said last year, the Drew Holiday, Dame Lillard situation, that got resolved late in the offseason. There's still time to make a move if you're the Sacramento Kings.
And I know we've talked about this too. Don't you think that they feel they may have a lot of what they're missing right now in Kevin Huerter? If Kevin Huerter can be anything close to what he was 2 years ago.
Yeah, and you know, that's one of the things we talked about. Like, do you give Huerter a 10, 15-game window, see what he can do? And if he plays like he did 2 years ago, all right, we're good. We're fine. You know, he can fill in admirably. Even if Kevin Huerter is playing at a high level, Whitey, I still think they need some help at the 4 and 5, unless Orlando Robinson, they think, is the answer.
I know. And that's the thing that's troubling because it seems so obvious, right?
Right.
It's like, well, he does it for a living. Why doesn't he? He doesn't see it. And what's wrong with me?
Right.
It's a very popular basketball question right now, but is it even worth getting into? Well, we're going to get into it next on Sactown Sports.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Folsom Lake Kia.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. We're seeing brighter skies for this Tuesday afternoon. Temperatures will be warming into the lower 90s. We'll have light winds out of the southwest with overnight lows dropping back to the 50s once again. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
Coach Doug Christie here to remind you, if you're in the market for a new car, shop Folsom Lake Kia. Low interest rates, low payments, and zero down deals with approval of credit. Folsom Lake Kia, over 25 years, right here in Folsom.
When you were young, all you wanted in the summer was an ice cream truck to roll by. Now, you just can't wait for the Harbor Freight parking lot sale to roll around. And it'll be here this weekend. Maybe you're looking to fill up that tool chest. Maybe you're looking for a tool chest to fill up. You'll save money either way. Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight. Valid until August 18th, 2024. While supplies last. Limitations apply.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs. You sound very calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees. Ooma. Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Celebrate Sacramento Rivercats baseball during our 25th anniversary season. Pick your favorite weekly promotion, giveaway game, or theme night, and join the fun at Sutter Health Park. Stick around post-game every Friday and Saturday night as we light up the sky with the brightest fireworks in town. For a full promotion schedule and to buy tickets, visit rivercats.com. We'll see you there.
Sponsored by Xfinity Internet. Enjoy ultimate control of your home network. Personalize your Wi-Fi name and password. Assign user profiles. View and control connected devices and more with the Xfinity Internet app.
Whitey here, reminding you that not all gas grills are created equal. Bring out all the delicious flavors in your grilled meats with the amazing Napoleon Prestige and Prestige Pro line of outdoor cookers. My Napoleon Stainless Steel Pro Series gas grill has turned me into a grilling pro with features other grills cannot match. They're built different, built better, built to last. Made with premium stainless steel that boasts quality and a lifetime warranty. I may never want to cook indoors again. Napoleon grills and accessories are now available at your nearby Amy's, Ace Hardware in Sacramento, and now El Dorado.
Hey, this is Greg Papa. Are you working through a major insurance claim? Sunpoint Public Adjusters can help. Sunpoint prepares, presents, and negotiates your claim with the insurance company, working only for you, making sure you get everything you're entitled to, not what just some adjuster working for an insurance company thinks you should get. Call Sunpoint today at 888-247-7865 or contact us at sunpoint.us. Sunpoint Public Adjusters, the gold standard in public adjusting.
License number 2N14884. Sacramento, Dierks Bentley's coming to town. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo for Country in the Park 2. And he's bringing some friends. Parmalee, Tyler Rich, Dasha, Kelsey Hart, and more. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo. Get your tickets today before they're sold out at CITPFest.com.
Brought to you by RVs of Sacramento and Hublet Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram Center.
The feet have a really big impact on how the rest of the body moves. The knees, the hips, the lower back especially. If the foot isn't properly aligned, all of these joints are going to function incorrectly. That results in a lot of muscle tension and chronic pain. What I really like about the Good Feet system is that the right arch supports can put the foot in its proper alignment. So all the joints up the rest of the body will be aligned properly as well. And when the body's aligned, we can reduce the risk of injury and chronic pain.
Come to the Good Feet store now for a free fitting and test walk.
Shop Big O Tires now through August 27th and buy 3, get 1 free on 4 select in-stock Cooper, Nitto, Nexen, National, or Sumitomo brand tires with installation purchase. Big O Tires, the team you trust. Installation required. Disposal fees extra. Not valid with other offers. See Big O dealer for details.
When you speak it, but they only hear you whisper, I'll be loving you.
Live and local, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. Sactown Sports.
So Jay says he did text Monty about our wiffle ball showdown. What do you have to say, Jay?
Yeah, he didn't have much to say, and that kind of, quietness is guiltiness. And basically, he put it, laughing out loud, ha, ha, ha. I missed those days, but he didn't answer the question.
He also missed the curveball. Yeah, so okay, good for him.
That pretty much lets me know you did what you did, right, fellas?
Yeah, that's all well and good. Here's the question. We touched on it yesterday, but people are still throwing this around, Drapes. I don't know if there's anything there. I don't know if there's any meat on this bone, but Sam Amick wrote about it today in The Athletic. This whole notion that, we could see some combo, some team up of LeBron, Steph, KD, we could see that one way or the other this year in the NBA. Everybody's clamoring for it after the Olympics, but I still don't think there's anything there. Is there?
No. Did he say this year? Is that? I didn't read the article, so I'm,
I don't see how it can happen. I don't know how many more years they have left, but
yeah,
fair point.
Well, Steph and LeBron can be free agents in 2026. Is what I read.
Mm-hmm.
And I do believe LeBron can actually be a free agent in 2025 because he signed a 2-year deal, but a 1-and-1 basically player option after this. It just doesn't. I think that ship has sailed. And let me ask you this. Let's say they did pair up and it's LeBron going to Golden State. Even if you win the title, is your legacy tarnished a little bit?
That's a good question. That's a Durant question, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I do, and I love Durant. I think more highly of Durant than a lot of people. And so I'm a Durant guy is my point. But even I look at those 2 that he won with the Warriors, and I feel like, yeah, but you know,
yeah. He's not getting it. Like, this guy's a 2-time Finals MVP, but it doesn't seem like he gets the respect from winning those that he should. And so, and when you look at LeBron, he already has a narrative about him, a reputation of bouncing around from team to team to team to win. And if he joins Steph's team, that's why I don't think it'll happen. I don't think Steph will ever ask out of Golden State. And so it just doesn't make much sense. It's an August basketball topic that people are talking about.
Plus, you got the Bronny situation.
Right.
I mean, seriously.
You take a trade Bronny for, a future second-round pick or something like that. Like, if LeBron said, hey, I want him to come, Warriors would swing it.
LeBron and Bronny for Pajemski and Moody.
Right. Who says no? Who says no? Right? Yeah, I just it's great talk radio, and it's good to think about. It's virtually impossible to happen.
I'm just surprised that it's gotten as much traction as it has. Somebody threw it out there. It's like, boy, that'd be something. But people keep talking about it. My opinion is that LeBron, obviously, he knows what he needs and wants more than anybody else. But I think he should have left the Lakers. I think he should have gone somewhere where they had a better chance to win. Like I say, again, I know that he knows what he's doing and he knows what he wants. But if I were LeBron, I'd be looking for, okay, I think I'm good enough where if I go somewhere where we win a ring, sure, some people say, oh, you're ring chasing, but I don't care. I want to catch Michael Jordan. And I think he just squandered his last chance to do that.
Maybe, and you might be right, Whitey, but, from a LeBron perspective, I see it as just 2 years ago, we were in the Western Conference Finals. So I don't know if he feels like they're that far off. Even this year, if they wouldn't have matched up with the Denver Nuggets in that first round, I would have given them a puncher's chance. But because they matched up to Denver, which is their kryptonite, and how about this? We all say LeBron's motivation is catching Jordan winning. What if he likes living in L.A.?
Yeah, I know.
Like at this point, it might be at this point where, you know what? I don't want to say satisfied with his 4 rings, but winning the championship isn't the most important thing anymore in his life.
It was incredible watching the Olympics and hearing Dwayne Wade talk about LeBron, and you realize, boy, Dwayne Wade, he hadn't played in a long time, right? And LeBron's still playing.
Still playing.
At a high level.
It's funny, and our boy Big Perk, Kendrick Perkins, who's been on our show, he was a McDonald's All-American with LeBron. Perk's been out of the league for 8 years or 6, 7 years or something like that. It's ridiculous that he's still playing at such a high level.
Yeah, it's funny when you look at great players. Sometimes you can see how this guy kind of evolved from previous players. You look at like Mikan and Russell and then Wilt and so on. And you had like Oscar Robertson, Magic, and LeBron. That might be the end of that line because I don't know how you improve on LeBron. Now, maybe somebody who's that big and shoots like Steph. But all things considered, as much as he's done, how is anybody going to be better than LeBron?
Yeah, and it's not just – there may be better scorers. There may be better shooters. But in terms of the total package, how can you improve on that?
Playing at this level for this long.
Right. Yeah. I mean, think about it. I think when you look at the scoring record, as great as Kevin Durant has been as a scorer, he's not going to be able to touch LeBron's record. Like, it's going to take somebody, a Wemby or a Luka, who came in at 19, and then you got to have 20 years of sustained excellence like that. That's hard to do, man. Avoid the big injury where you miss a season or two. You're right, man. It's going to be hard to match that sustained excellence in terms of all-around game.
He might end up being like Jim Brown, where he retires still even though he's going to be, 43 or whatever, still at the top of his game.
Yeah, and think about this. How many times have you seen legends retire while still averaging 25 points per game or something like that?
That doesn't happen unless it's a guy that's like, for whatever reason, like, I'm out.
Just walks away at the top. And I'm looking at Jordan, his final year. I know it was with Washington, and they weren't that good. 20 points per game. That was solid. That was a good season. 44% from the field, though. LeBron's, 50% and higher. 3-point percentage for Jordan his final year, 29%. LeBron just had, a season of 37, 38%. like at this stage, and it's going to be unmatched, man. I don't know how you do it.
Mm-hmm. He's gotten a lot better as a 3-point shooter over his career.
LeBron. He has. And here's the thing about LeBron, and people say, oh, Drapes, you love LeBron. You're all into LeBron. It's not
Is
me.
it true?
Yes. LeBron's my guy. I like watching LeBron
or Magic?
No, Magic is, it's not even like, come on. Magic is like, it's Magic, and then there's a huge drop off in terms of my favorite. But the thing about LeBron that I think we need to give him credit for and give him his respect. People want to call him LaFraud, LaFlop.
Here's a new one, LaCrap James.
LaCrap James.
That's from Willie, not a big LeBron fan.
I listen to his teammates, his peers, his coaches, Steve Kerr saying, his work ethic, his leadership. Eric Spoelstra saying LeBron was never late for a meeting, always the first one in the gym, last one to leave, like model, teammate, model player. Like the fan narrative versus the people in the league that play with him. And see, ask Malik Monk about LeBron James. When I talked to Malik when he first got to Sacramento, I said, Malik, what did you take from LeBron playing with him? He said, man, he was the best leader I've been around. He taught me how to be a professional. He taught me about work ethic, how to train, how to prepare my body. And so those are the things that people don't talk about when it comes to LeBron. They just watch the highlights or watch a game, watch a flop or something like that. And he gets this narrative when the people that actually play with him, against him, coach against him, it's totally different.
Mm-hmm. Well, LeBron has finally passed Michael Jordan in the GOAT rankings. Maybe not your GOAT rankings, but we found some. I think Drapes found this. We found some brand new GOAT rankings that for the first time in, I think, 2 decades, whatever it is, LeBron is ahead of MJ in a list of the top 78 players. And it's a good list.
It's a great list.
Yeah, and we'll take a look at that next on Sactown Sports.
Thunder, feel the thunder.
It ignites something inside of you.
Lightning and the thunder.
Sets alight an elevated state of being. Days are pure exhilaration. And the nights, they're simply electric. See it, hear it, feel it.
Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder.
Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Feel the thunder.
Labor Day savings now at Maida Chevy with $12,000 off MSRP on every new Silverado half-ton Turbo Max in stock after rebates.
$12,000 off every Silverado LT Turbo Max at Maida Chevy with at least 5 at this price.
Labor Day savings up to $12,000 off MSRP exclusively at Maida Chevy at MaidaChevy.com. Sacramento Silverado headquarters. Together, let's drive.
Not available with special financing and lease and some other offers. Must trade in 2010 model year or newer. Ends 9/3/24.
Made a great deal at Maida.
Insurance companies perform a very valuable service, but they want to keep their money. Although most cases settle before trial, it is paramount that the insurance companies know that if pressed, your legal team has the experience to take your case all the way. For 25 years, Ashton and Price has earned the reputation that if the insurance company isn't fair, we're ready to force them to be fair. My mom used to warn me, wait till dad gets home. Think of us as dad. The best part, there's no fee until we win.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
Bing Maloney Golf Course is 27 holes of high-flying public fun, and Bing Maloney is a classic design for golfers of all abilities. Bing Maloney's lighted driving range is a great place to learn and practice this summer under the covered hitting stations. The range also offers a practice putting green and outdoor furniture to relax with friends. Enjoy tasty beverages or comfort food from Maloney's Grill. The Association of Golf Merchandisers has named Bing Maloney a top 100 golf shop. For tee times, visit bingmaloney.com. It's Sacramento Golf's great value course.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave inviting you to make the switch to electric this spring and save big with American Energy. Stay ahead of those spiking energy bills this summer with up to $9,000 in rebates on a new ultra-high efficiency comfort system. American Energy is providing huge rebates from SMUD as well as spring specials by installing one of many incredibly efficient AC options available to you right now. Get rid of those fluctuating gas bills in the winter and switch to year-round all-electric with American Energy. Let them perform a free in-home energy efficiency analysis and see where they can help you save for the warmer months ahead. These guys are the best. Been serving the greater Sacramento area since 1981. A+ from the Better Business Bureau. Learn more by calling 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Hi, this is Frank LaRosa.
And this is Scott Marsh.
Join us weekly for Golf to Go right here on Sactown Sports. We talk to all the local golf experts in the area and give you the latest on all the courses as well.
And not to mention all the golf legends and celebrities, along with all the latest in equipment and tournaments too.
Most importantly, we'll just have some fun talking about a game that's fun to play.
You know, it's my favorite hour of the week, Frank.
Golf to Go, Thursdays at 6 p.m. and Saturdays at 8 a.m. right here on Sactown Sports. Give us a listen. I think you'll enjoy it.
At Northern California's #1 Honda dealer, Stockton Honda, we make the dream of owning a new car easy and stress-free.
With prices that you just can't say no to. Save on our best selection of the year during the final days of the Honda Summer Event.
Come in today or go to StocktonHonda.com.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Number one claims based on 2023 total new and Honda certified pre-owned vehicle car sales from American Honda Motor Company sold on report.
Your afternoon home for Kings talk and so much more. The Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
Happy Tuesday. Happy National Left-Handers Day. Kyle Draper is our resident lefty.
Yes.
Who's the greatest lefty of all time in each of the three major sports, would you say? Or just your favorite?
Man, favorite lefty.
You got any, Jay? Steve Young, maybe, right?
First one comes to mind for me is Griffey.
Ooh.
Griffey, yeah. Steve Carlton, the great picture.
Oh, yeah.
Lefty Steve Carlton.
Mm-hmm.
Who's the best left-handed basketball player?
Was the Admiral left-handed?
Yep.
Maybe him, huh?
My favorite's Kenny Anderson.
Oh, Kenny Anderson. Yeah, the handles and everything. GP was lefty?
Didn't he shoot right, but he was really left-handed or something like that?
I don't know that.
I got to look this up here,
Look
man.
that up. I thought he was
question.
left-handed.
That's a great question.
I think there's a lot. I remember looking this up one time. There's a lot of them, but I don't remember who they were.
James Harden. How about that?
There you go.
You got to throw him in the list.
Mm-hmm.
Nate
Chris
Tiny
Mullin?
Archibald.
Oh,
yep. Chris Mullin. Admiral Robinson, like you said. Zebo. Zach Randolph. How about this?
By the way, Kyle once sent
Yeah.
Jay and I a video of him at Lifetime in Folsom. And it's like, that's Zebo. With everything. You had the headband on. It's like, that is Zebo.
That's out of shape Zebo. When I was slimmer, I looked more like Kobe the way I moved out there. But as I
He used to
aged,
be Cliff Robinson.
Yeah.
What Kobe? What Kobe you talking about?
Kobe Bryant, baby. Kobe Bryant. Hoops Hype ranked the 25 best left-handed ball players ever. And Tayshaun Prince is on that list at number 25. Chris Bosh, my boy. How about this,
Bosh.
fellas? Who knew? According to this, Bill Russell was left-handed.
Okay.
I had no idea. How about that?
Mm-hmm. Bill Russell's also on this list. As I mentioned, Hoops Hype updated their NBA top 75 list. And I think I said, they've been doing this for 20 years. They've been doing it for like 4 years. Okay? And they have 8 Hoops Hype staff members, and they give rankings for all these players. Anyway, they end up with the top 78. And for the first time since they started doing these, LeBron is number 1 over Michael Jordan. No matter what you think of that, it's a fact that Hoops Hype for the first time ever has LeBron as the GOAT ahead of Michael Jordan.
It's about dang time. I've been saying it for a couple of years now. And I got the Hoops Hype article. Is it the Olympics that finally, put him over the hump? Is it? Or
it's a good question. I think it's just the fact that he had such a great year at age 39 and still, as we said, no signs of slowing down, pardon me.
Yeah.
And the argument just becomes more and more persuasive with each passing game. Practically.
And how they compiled this, they held a team vote with the opinions of 8 Hoops Hype staff members, discarded the highest and lowest ranks for each player, and awarded points based on the remaining positions. And here's the thing about LeBron, and they touch on this in the Hoops Hype article. We have to start giving him longevity as a reason why he's great.
Yeah.
Like, you may talk about at their peak, maybe Jordan was better, but for an entire career, nobody's had the career of LeBron James.
The way they put it, to your point, quote, his advantage in terms of sustained excellence is just too big to ignore.
Yes, I'm with you on that. And, our boy Tony Jones, he gets into this argument daily on social media. I mean, he's a LeBron guy just like I am. In terms of an all-around basketball player, ability to do everything on the basketball court, and the longevity, and the IQ, which you can't measure in stats, it has to be LeBron for me.
How about this? The Hoops Hype vote was split 50-50 on who the number one should be. The editor-in-chief broke the tie in LeBron's favor.
You know what, though, Whitey? The fact that it's even that close means LeBron is deserving of being in that discussion.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost a coin flip. No wrong answer. If you say Jordan, okay, that's your opinion, and there's a list of reasons why it's Michael Jordan. But if I'm picking a team in today's NBA right now, I got to go with LeBron James.
I agree completely with number 3, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Okay. How about number 4?
Magic 4th. That may be the highest I've ever seen Magic.
I got Magic in my top 5. So, Magic is my guy.
Number 5, Bill Russell.
Can't hate on that. I can't hate on Bill Russell being 5.
Number 6, Wilt Chamberlain.
That's you, big fella.
No, look, now they have 6 Wilt, 7 Larry Bird. So I had Bird 5 and Wilt 6. So that's very close to what I had. That you tried to laugh me out of the studio.
Who'd you have out of the top 5 then? Out of that they had Kareem?
No, I certainly
Russell.
I didn't have Bill Russell in my top 5. I don't remember the whole list, but I know I didn't have Bill Russell.
Okay.
I know he's a great winner and everything. So they have Larry Bird 7, 8 is Kobe, 9 is Shaq. Again, this is just the Hoops Hype list. Then it goes Tim Duncan 10. Oh, Akeem Olajuwon number 11.
Olajuwon, to me, Olajuwon was elite on both ends of the floor. Like the guy.
Aren't you the guy that said he wasn't iconic or something?
No, I didn't. I don't know.
Jay,
No. You guys cannot do that. 3 months after, if you're going to put something on me, put it on me right. Give me the exact argument, and I'll tell you exactly what I thought.
Okay, what was it then?
No, I don't know. You got to go back and look at the tape.
You
said he wasn't dynamic.
Iconic, I thought, which is that's neither here nor there.
I don't remember that. I remember us talking about Akeem, but I don't remember in what context it was.
They have him at number 11?
They have him at 11. They have Durant at 12.
I was just getting ready to ask, is Akeem better than Durant?
Not to me.
And
you got Akeem over Durant?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think a lot of times we don't give the defense enough credit. How great you are defensively. There's 2 sides to the floor. It's like, being in football, a high scoring offense, but your defense is crap. Well, then you're not going to be a great team. Mm-hmm. If you can do both, which Olajuwon did, 5-time all defense first team, 2-time defensive player of the year. I got to give him credit for that.
The thing I remember about Akeem Olajuwon, when he dunked, his hands went so far down in the rim, it looked like he was washing dishes. He didn't just dunk.
Olajuwon, yes.
My apologies, fellas, because I'm doing 2 or 3 things. Have you said Steph Curry yet already?
Nope. Number 13, Steph Curry. Okay. So Olajuwon 11, Durant, Steph Curry.
Give me Steph in front of both of those 2.
Yeah, I'm with you. 14, Oscar Robertson. 15, Karl Malone.
Is that pretty high? 15, Karl Malone?
Yeah, come on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he was good
for a long time, and he was very consistent. But I wouldn't put him above. Well,
I don't. Yeah, let's see who's behind.
They got
him.
Moses Malone, Kevin Garnett, Jerry West, and just rounding out the top 20. Dirk 19 and number 20, Julius Erving.
I need to go back to the top of this list and see what the list is actually for. Top NBA players of all time or top basketball players of all time? Because that's a difference, Let's see. It's the GOAT list.
I'm not sure they actually spell it. It's a great question, but I don't think they clarify.
All right, because I got to go all the way down to my boy Dr. J, and it's not a Philly bias talking here. It's more of an ABA bias probably. Yeah, see, 1 NBA title, 1 MVP, 5 All-NBA first team, 11 All-Stars. It doesn't, his top accolades don't include any of the ABA stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And so I feel like Dr. J, Rick Barry, our friend of show, also, like the ABA guys are sort of slighted.
Rick Barry number 37.
Right,
Yeah.
37? Come on, Whitey. I feel like the ABA guys are sort of slighted in this all-time conversation.
I'm just wondering how far we have to go before we get to anybody who played with the Sacramento Kings at any point. Jason Kidd, 40, Elvin Hayes. I don't know. Mitch or somebody's got to be on there, don't they? Iceman, Dominique Wilkins, Drexler, Anthony Davis, George Mikan. Somebody's got to be on here, right? Right? If we're going top 78.
Where's Pippen at?
Pippen is
27.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. I like that. That's respect.
What you looking for, Kings?
I was going to see if I could find anybody.
Sacramento Kings.
Sacramento
right? Okay.
Kings. Somebody's
C-Web? Nah.
59, Walt Frazier, Robert Parrish, Willis Reed, who coached here, Dolph Shays, Dwight Howard, Chris Bosh, 64, Rodman, Nate Archibald. His jersey's hanging from the rafters here, but Dave Counts, Tony Parker, Vince Carter.
Sacramento
Vince
King.
Carter, number 70.
Nah.
Vince.
He played for the Kings.
He did, baby. Vince.
He is the first guy
Technically,
on
Our
the
savior.
list
Shouts
who ever
out to
played
Vince.
for
Got to
the
get him on the
Sacramento
show.
Oh, my gosh. That's disrespectful.
How is it
That was like year 20 of his career or something.
I'm just saying. The only guy I thought we'd have more guys. And it's Kyrie, Paul Arizin, Alex English, Bernard King, Earl Monroe, Tracy McGrady. Come on, I need a Mitch Richmond in there somewhere, don't I? Bill Walton.
How far does this go down?
78.
78.
That's it.
What's
Tony
Bill Walton?
Parker's a top 78 NBA player?
Yeah.
Nah,
Bill Walton, 78?
78.
that's disrespectful.
And I think for him, it's because he didn't play longer. Also receiving votes, Draymond Green, and even Chris Webber. There we go.
Draymond Green receiving votes? Come
Jerry
on.
Lucas, yes. Got to mention, but no points. Yeah, so that's it. The only guy in the top 78 who ever played for the Sacramento Kings is Vince Carter. If that's disrespectful, I'm sorry, but it's a fact.
I got one guy for you guys that I think is slighted. Isaiah Thomas. I'm talking about Pistons Isaiah.
Isaiah Thomas is, in my opinion, the most underrated superstar
He's
of all
at
time.
26.
Yeah.
They got him behind. Well, first of all, I feel like Barkley's, disrespected at 25. You got Robinson ahead of him, D Wade ahead of him, Giannis at 22.
Not yet.
You know what's crazy, fellas? Where was Jokic on this?
Ooh.
Jokic was in the 30s, I believe, Whitey.
That's about right.
But
that's about right.
3-time MVP. If Giannis is going to be 22, Jay, Jokic got to be there too, right?
Yeah, by accolades, yes.
Number 29, Nikola
29, Jokic.
Yeah, just ahead of John
He's had a better career than
Havlicek.
Giannis. Won an extra MVP, won a title also.
That bronze medal?
Yeah, but I'm with you on Isaiah Thomas.
Yeah, Isaiah
Would you say IT's 26?
26. And here's the problem with Isaiah Thomas. And this is why he's underappreciated. People will say, well, Drapes, he was only All-NBA first team 3 times. That's because Jordan and Magic ran the All-NBA first team like every year. And that's no slight to Isaiah. It is what it is. 2-time 2 NBA champions, finals MVP, 12-time All-Star. I think Isaiah Thomas is a top 5 point guard of all time.
Yeah.
And people don't mention
Give
him
me
enough.
20 to 25 one more time, please.
You got it. Let's just go up.
Isaiah's better than Malone in my eyes, but
This
yeah.
is Hoops Hype. Number 20, Julius Erving. 21, Elgin Baylor. 22, Giannis. 23, D Wade. 24, David Robinson. And number 25, Charles Barkley.
And after Barkley, 26 is Isaiah Thomas, Scottie Pippen, 27, 28, Chris Paul. Chris Paul might be up there a little high for a guy that never won anything.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. We'll come back and continue the conversation. Also, take a look once again at the Kings' brand new schedule. That is what we have of it next on Sactown Sports.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help. and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Labor Day, our annual celebration of workers and their achievements, was first observed in New York, and the first Monday in September became a national holiday in 1894. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. Each year we commemorate Labor Day with parades, picnics, and family gatherings. And right now, Naturewood Home Furnishings is celebrating with their exceptional whole store Labor Day sale. Would you like to refresh your living room? Would you like to restyle your bedroom? Maybe you want to redesign your home office. No matter whether it's your dining room, kids' rooms, accents, or accessories, Naturewood's unique store-wide Labor Day sale offers savings in every department and savings on every brand like Stanton, Omnia, England, Stickley, Flex Steel, and all the rest of the award-winning furniture. When it comes right down to it, it's all about choices and always about quality. Visit Naturewood Home Furnishings right now for this remarkable Labor Day sale. Off Highway 50 at Hazel, look for the water wheel.
This is the story of the one. As a warehouse manager, her job is to transform chaos into clarity and to see patterns where others see problems. Luckily, she's got a partner who shares her perspective. Grainger offers over 1 million industrial-grade products, backed by real person support and in-depth online resources, so she can tackle every task with precision and turn potential setbacks into streamlined success. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very
calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Carmichael Dave here for Capital Casino. Sacramento summertime heat is back. And of course, Cap Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room, wants to invite everyone to soak up some air conditioning, still with the most variety of table games in the region. And as always, the best food, best service, and the best action, conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. Capital Casino, of course, reminding everyone to please make sure you gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, your flagship station for the Beam Team.
Should we light the beam? Light the beam, baby.
Sactown Sports. The only station in Sacramento giving you local sports coverage from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. Sactown Sports.
Yeah, we got the NBA schedule today. Well, part of it. We got part of it yesterday. I guess we're going to get more of it maybe tomorrow or Thursday.
Probably some stuff going to leak out. But the NBA, I guess, did announce, according to our guy Mike Barnbaum, I did not see this, Thursday, August 15th, 3 o'clock Eastern, NBA Today will have a NBA schedule release show.
Okay.
Yeah, so Thursday at noon our time.
All right. Looking forward to that. Again, mad props to Malika Andrews, who handled that earthquake situation so well yesterday. So we'll get to that. We've been talking about this Hoops Hype list of 78 greatest players of all time. They updated their list, and for the first time in their history of this list, LeBron is number 1 over Michael Jordan. That had never happened before. They have a panel of 8 NBA experts who do this, and I guess if the vote was tied, they reported for number 1, but then the editor-in-chief had to come in and break the tie and went LeBron. Some interesting comments here from the smartest YouTube listeners on YouTube and in radio. Linda Harold wondering who's the highest ranking king. And yes, Linda, it was technically, Drapes doesn't like me going here, but the first former king who came up, Sacramento King, and the only one was Vince Carter. And a lot of people were upset that Mitch Richmond wasn't on there. O'Rourke said Mitch Richmond better than Pippen. I think O'Rourke also said that C-Webb was
better than Rodman and Pippen, he says.
Yeah. I mean, that's a true fan right there.
Yeah, that's a Kings fan right there.
If you go, like we were talking earlier, you can look at players in any sport, like peak value, what were they at their very best, and how about over the course of their career, in terms of sustained excellence. Chris Webber at his peak was
great.
He was up there just about anybody.
But the injuries, right?
Yeah.
Really hampered him out. You and I were having a discussion during the break too about my guy Dr. J, Julius Erving, and Hoops Hype has him number 20. I would love to know where Kings fans and NBA fans really think Dr. J is, because I think he's one of the most underappreciated players. And the reason being, when you factor in his ABA stats, which was a great league, a lot of great players from the ABA had success in the NBA. He was 8th all-time in scoring when you combine NBA and ABA. He won 2 ABA championships, 1 NBA. So he's a 3-time champion, a 16-time All-Star. I just feel like guys, our boy Rick Barry, guys that played in the ABA, their stats are not recognized the same way NBA stats.
I'll tell you another thing. I think I agree with you. I think another thing that works specifically against those two guys, and maybe Kareem a little bit too, is in the mid 70s, late 70s, basketball was not very popular,
right?
Until Magic and Bird came along and saved it, and then Jordan. There
Yeah.
was that period where people were kind of down on the NBA, and they were the faces of the league at that time, at a time when the league's popularity was down. So I don't think they get perhaps the credit they deserve for how good they were, because there just wasn't as much interest in pro basketball at the time.
You're 100% right. And we talked about it before. Look at the champions from 78, 79. Nobody's talking about, the Bullets and the Sonics of those teams back then. They don't get the respect that they deserve. The Celtics do because they won in 74, 76. Blazers do in 77 because of Bill Walton. But that period there, 76 to 1980 or so, sort of a forgotten last half of the decade in the NBA.
Yeah, and it's interesting because during that period, we had no repeat champs for a good stretch of that, which is where we are now in the NBA too.
Yeah, yes, exactly. How many? 6 in a row now?
Something like that, because
Warriors,
Raptors, Lakers, Bucks, Warriors, Nuggets,
Celtics. Yeah. Will this be a forgotten era? But I think the star power is so huge now. I don't think it'll be the same as, like you said, before Bird and Magic. Who were the stars? Big E, Elvin Hayes, Moses Malone, Bill Walton. But they weren't like Steph Curry, LeBron, these guys.
Kareem, but he didn't even seem to be that
a
likable
reluctant star
until Magic came along, and it seemed like, oh, look at that.
Yeah.
He's the Cap.
Yep.
He was in Airplane.
The Airplane, right? He has and now that we know everything we know about Kareem, how crazy was that? That he actually put himself out there and would be in a movie like that, because he was sort of a recluse. He didn't want to be out there in the public light and be like that. But man, I remember that movie, man. And when he was in it, I was in it. I was digging it. Yeah.
We got to get him on the show sometime. He's still doing this.
He's still doing this?
Yeah, he's still doing a little bit of this.
Man, if you do that, I'd die and go to heaven. If we get Kareem,
don't say that now.
That's my guy.
I have you laid out.
Set it
CPR
up,
on the
Jay.
floor.
Are you saying Jay can't get Kareem?
I'm not. No. Why are you trying to create? I didn't say that at all. I'm saying if you did, I would.
Because
I
it
would
will
be done.
happen.
You can't top that. You unless you get Magic, you can't top Kareem in my book.
What about Dr. J?
But I know Doc. Doc's my guy.
Excuse me, then. My bad.
That's my guy, man. Me and Doc always chopping up.
I know Doc.
I mean, that's my guy.
You know who I didn't hear on this list?
Who?
Where's Iverson?
He's 31, I think.
Okay.
I know.
We didn't. Total disrespect to me.
I didn't even hear that.
We just went through it real quickly, but I think he's 31.
Yeah, Iverson, man, that dude.
Now that's AI. That's the original AI.
Yeah, Allen Iverson. Here's the thing about AI, real quick, fellas. There's stars in this game, but then there are superstars. Guys who will sell out opposing arenas. Guys who people will line up outside to see. Allen Iverson was one of those guys where when he was in town, there was a certain buzz around the arena, sort of like Steph Curry now. Like,
guys that have a presence beyond their very significant contributions on the floor.
Right. And we're talking about one of the smallest guys out there.
We're talking about cultural resonance.
AI.
Yeah.
You know, I could argue in terms of cultural, next to Jordan over the last 30 years, he might have had the biggest impact. Like the way people play, the way people dress, the style, the hip, like
the league single-handedly changed the rules because of AI.
Yeah. Yeah.
Talking about the dress code.
Yes.
Yeah.
Put your pocket protector on, put your T-Cal, T9 calculator. AI literally changed the way the perception of how, Tim Duncan wearing do-rags and stuff like that. Like, come on, think about that.
Right? Yeah, I miss AI. Man, I miss that guy. Whew. He was so fun to watch.
Yeah.
So fun to watch.
Really interesting the way David Stern, I think he was primarily responsible for that dress code, but he did. I'll give him credit for this. You know, I read a book. I think it was a book about the 84 draft. They used to have, like, for All-Star Weekend, they would have, the NBA players would gather and they'd have entertainment for them. And then they have like all these Catskills comedians and stuff. And guys would be like, what is it? And he finally realized, oh, okay, we need to get like some African-American entertainers that actually are entertaining to our players. So he did help push the league in that direction. The dress code thing was probably an overstep.
Yeah, and think about it now, too, because now we celebrate individuality when it comes to dress codes. We got the drip cam and, everything like that. Like, now it's something, it's so hip and cool and people aren't embracing it. When back in the late 90s, mid to late 90s, early 2000s, it was like, why are you dressing like this?
Yeah, it was like the league trying to prevent people from realizing what the league really was.
Yeah,
it was like suppressing what was really going on culturally in the league.
And here's the thing, though, about that, Whitey, to your point, and when you look at the trajectory of the league, at that time, the majority of fans, season ticket holders were older white people. Now the league is skewing towards a younger demographic. So, Adam Silver, yes, he's trying to get the corporate dollars and everything like that. But case in point, myself, my son and my daughter, they want to be hip like Anthony Edwards. They want to, and those are the kids. Those are the people that actually drive things. I believe as a society, we are more in tune with our kids and will make purchases for our kids. Whereas my dad growing up, you ask for $200 sneakers, you crazy? Now kids ask for it because as parents, we want to give them the world. Yes, we'll do it. And so I feel like our society has changed where kids, the youth, dictate what's hip now and what's cool now.
Yeah, and the league has also done a good job of understanding what goes on in social media, like with highlights. I believe in baseball, you can't take their highlights and use them on social media.
Which is, you still can't do that? I remember that 15 years ago in the NBA and the NFL. It was like, what are we doing?
Yeah, and they realized, no, this helps us.
Right,
we benefit from that. But there's one thing that Adam Silver said he would do when he took over that he has not done. I don't know that it's possible. We're right back with that as the conversation continues. And we'll look at the Kings' new schedule, too, on Sactown Sports.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer whenever I want?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. 94% of Sleep Number smart sleepers report better sleep. And now, during our biggest sale of the year, save 50% on the Sleep Number Limited Edition Smart Bed, plus free home delivery on select smart beds when you add any base. Limited time. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team, Sactown Sports.
We know that the Kings are going to be in Group West A for the in-season tournament, the Emirates NBA Cup tournament. So here's their group play schedule. Sacramento playing Minnesota here on November 15th, Friday, then at the Clippers, November 22nd, and then at Portland, November 29th, and then home to the Rockets, December 3rd. That is the group play schedule. Drapes is, and I hadn't really thought about it, but I think he's on the money once again. It's kind of in some ways kind of an underwhelming group.
Yeah. Let me turn on my mic here, amateur hour. Yeah, it is. I mean, you got Minnesota and Ant-Man. After that, am I excited to play the Clippers? I do believe that game is at LA, so
Correct.
In the new Intuit Dome, so hopefully your boy's on the call for that one so I can check out that new facility. But then you throw in a Portland and a Houston, and it's like, there's so many other marquee matchups that I'd like the Kings to have. I'd love for them to play the Warriors. I'd love for them to play the Lakers.
According to the NBA, all 4 of those games are on League Pass, so they're not
Not
televised.
national television. You can see those on NBC Sports California. Of course, here all of them right here with the G-Man on Sactown Sports 1140. But, it's a grouping, Whitey, that when I look at it, 3-1 has to be the minimum. If the Kings are going to have the kind of season we expect them to have, we want them to have, with that grouping, they're better than the Rockets. They're better than the Blazers. I'm going to say it. They're better than the Los Angeles Clippers. You got to at least beat those 3 teams. And I can argue, if I'm correct, Whitey, that game against Minnesota is at home. Is it at home?
You are correct.
You got to beat Minnesota in that game, too. So I need a 4-0 from my Sacramento Kings. I need a right from the opening tip of the season, a focus like we had 2 years ago.
I wouldn't disagree with you, but I'd say this. Me personally, the Rockets, I'm not sure what to make of them. I know last year I was dead wrong about them. They were terrible. They're so young, and they had been so bad the year before.
Yeah.
Last year, obviously, they kind of put the Kings season on the wrong path early on there with those 2 wins in Houston. Right now, I know they tried to do more than they did this offseason because according to reports, they wanted to be in on Durant, Booker, and that didn't work. So I know they have Reed Shepherd. I don't know what they are. I don't know how good the Rockets are right now.
Yeah, I look at the Rockets, and let's not forget, Alperen Sengun's coming off injury.
Right.
Remember, he had that injury against Sacramento here in Sactown.
And they actually played really well without him, but their schedule was pretty easy.
Yeah, but, I look at their team, Whitey, and there's a lot of names, a lot of talent, but I don't know how much it's going to mesh together. It's going to take them some time. I love their coach, Ime Udoka, and what he brings to a team and organization and the way he coaches. But I feel like there's too many chefs out there, too many cooks in the kitchen, too many guys that are going to want their opportunity. How do you keep Reed Shepherd off the floor?
Mm-hmm.
Who do you bench? You ain't benching Jalen Green, right? You're not benching Fred VanVleet. What about Dylan Brooks? What about Cam Whitmore? Like, they got a lot of young talent on that squad, and I think it's going to take some time.
They have Dylan Brooks.
Yeah, they got your boy Dylan Brooks.
They're out.
Your guy.
What else do we know about the schedule? We had a few more tidbits that came down today, but it's so haphazard and piecemeal.
Yeah,
it's hard really to draw any conclusions. But those factoids are available to you. I don't know what we have at our fingertips here because it's so, when they play the Lakers. So I think one of the interesting things that Sean Cunningham had was 7 nationally televised games, but that includes NBA TV. So we're still not even sure how many games, if any games, are going to be on the big national package.
Yeah, and it's he said 7 games. We had 11 last year that did not include NBA TV. He says national TV 7 times, including NBA TV.
That's not overly
the first
impressive.
one being January 16th.
Yeah.
That's
against those Rockets.
Against those. But think about this, Whitey. We were one of the darlings of the league last season. We were on national TV. We had multiple games.
Everybody wanted to like to be.
Yeah, 7 games, and our first one isn't until January 16th. Like, that's borderline disrespectful. I understand we didn't make the playoffs, but then you add a guy like DeMar DeRozan. I think the Kings are one of the most must-see TV, squads out there. It's kind of disrespectful. Only 7 national TV games.
Maybe that works in a way in the Kings' favor, and maybe I'm grabbing at straws here, but Last year, the expectations were so high. I think that as a team, they at times struggled with those expectations. You know, it's like, we got to be better than we were last year. You know, they played so well the year before. I think maybe that was one reason why they couldn't find the consistency. So this year, maybe expectations lower. Maybe that gives them the opportunity to get off to a better start and surprise people again. I think they're more comfortable being look at us than they are being the team that everyone goes, hey, we thought you were better than that.
Right. I think the pressure, the expectations really, struggled, made them struggle. I mean, you look at the numbers, Kevin Huerter's numbers, even De'Aaron Fox trying to live up to the Clutch Player of the Year award, where in couple of seasons ago, it looked like he made everything. Last year, he still had a very good season. Whitey, statistically, he was better, but it just felt different. It wasn't as impactful as it was 2 seasons ago.
I did a open mic night a couple times. When you go to open mic night, no one pays, and so people are going to laugh because they're like, okay, hey, didn't cost me nothing. But if you're like an act that people paid to see and they got to pay to see you, they want laughs. So my point is, if you're like the Kings 2 years ago, no one expected much. Like, oh, look at that, they're great. But last year, people had paid. Like, people had the expectations.
Yeah.
I think this team thrives on being that underdog, and it was harder for them to be that last year.
Now, you said you went to open mic or you performed?
I performed.
No, doing what?
What stand up? Yeah. Yeah, twice. They asked me to come back and MC.
No way.
Yeah.
Kind of like Vallejo Sports Hall of Fame.
Oh my gosh, Whitey.
No, this
you
was
were a comedian back in the day?
This was when I was
Punchline or
between
something?
radio jobs, which happens. Yeah, Punchline. Old Town.
Did you have material?
Yeah, I did. I didn't just get up there and wing it.
No,
Yeah,
I mean, you remember any of it? I would love to. No, but I haven't seen this side of you. I would love to hear some of your
try
material.
some of it. There was a class, and as part of the class, like, yeah, we'll do a couple open mic nights. I just remember one of the first things they told you was, all right, you want to start with your strong stuff, and then your middle stuff, should be maybe not your strongest, and then you finish strong. So I remember starting out, and it was supposed to be like 5 minutes. I start out, it's like, it wasn't going well, Drapes. I figured, this is my strong stuff.
Right.
I'm in trouble. So I don't think I was up there for 5 minutes. I went straight to the good stuff.
You could read the room. You could feel the room like it wasn't.
At the time, that's how it felt to me. Yeah. And looking back at what I said, I was like, those people were right. That was terrible.
You got anything now? You got
no,
anything that you can remember?
No.
You probably remember some, but you just won't go there right now.
Of course not.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Need our boy Kyle Ledbetter.
That's right.
Now that guy's
Kyle Ledbetter.
Yeah, he's a professional.
Yeah.
If
I ever do it again, I'll let you know.
Yeah.
But it's really hard.
Yeah, I would imagine, man. Like, you got to be brave to put yourself out like that.
Yeah. People laugh or they don't. And then you go home. What's the big deal?
I've been in clubs where the audience start talking back to you. You know what I mean? And it's
that's the thing when it's an open mic night. People are like, "Oh, that's cute,"
right? Because they didn't pay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Then it's like, "Hey, give me some laughs. Make me laugh, funny boy."
Manny Too Legit is like, "Why do you do stand up? Nice."
I have done it. The coolest thing is one of my daughters one time said, "Dad, I think that's the coolest thing that you did that."
Really?
Yeah.
That's all that matters.
Yeah.
Then. You're a winner. You're a winner. Have you ever thought about having like a camera follow you or document you and your kids in the house and everything? Like,
no, I haven't. I understand what you're saying, but I know I haven't.
My kids keep begging me, Dad, we got to create a YouTube channel. We got to create. That's just not, I don't know, man. I don't know.
I wouldn't be comfortable doing that, but I know some people do it and they do it really well.
Yeah.
It's worth watching. I wouldn't.
I might do it for like a week just to see what if
huge numbers.
Yeah, huge numbers. Just let's see what the content is like. Are we the same when the cameras are on, or do we become shy? For instance, my daughter with her Hermione accent.
She's gonna be the star of this.
Oh yeah, no doubt. Behind the scenes at home, she's hilarious. I told her to call in yesterday. I'm too nervous, Dad. And so would the cameras impact her? You know what I mean? We have
a little bit.
We have a great time, man.
Mm-hmm.
You
get to that,
cracking on each other big time. So.
I don't know. I'm sure you have young people ask you, how you do this or what do you do? And they're just, no matter who you are, there's a period during which you just have to get comfortable being on a microphone or in front of a camera. And until you're to that point,
right,
you're not going to be great.
Right. You got to take your lumps kind of.
Yeah.
No, you're right about that. And that's why in our business, and you guys understand this, you usually start in smaller markets where if you make a mistake, only a couple thousand watching instead of 1 million watching or whatever. You go, same thing with comedy. You work on the smaller clubs.
Mm-hmm.
You try out your material in front of your family first, and then you build yourself up. And I'm going to do it. 1 week, I'm going to have the cameras rolling on the Draper household.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully it takes off. Because we think we're hilarious. That's the worst. When you think you're funny, and then everybody else is like, nah, dude.
Like I said, hey, that's my good stuff.
Right.
If you're not laughing at that, we're all in trouble.
Oh, man.
All right.
Where were we?
We were about to talk to Mitch here, who's been hanging on Sactown Sports. 339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. What's up, Mitch? How are you?
How's it going, guys? Hope you had a good vacation here, Whitey.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Drapes, how you doing?
What's up, Mitch?
Yeah. You were told about best lefties. I got Stan Koufax for baseball.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
I got Willie Carver, even though I'd rather have Frank Howard or Adam Dunn, but that's just me, though.
Okay.
And I always thought, since I wasn't a good baseball player, you're always supposed to shoot with two hands, so I never paid attention whether a lefty or righty. I think they were probably ambidextrous. You got to drill right, left.
Yeah.
Anyway, I would think one of the best guys, I don't know, he played for 20 years, Carter. I think I would take him over Chris Webber. I think they would trade for each other. He had a long career. He's the Nolan Ryan, Don Sutton of basketball.
Uh-huh.
And I would take him in his prime over Mitch Richmond. They pulled their primes together.
All right.
Yeah. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, thank you,
All
Mitch.
right.
So Mitch, he didn't know if he was left-handed or right-handed shooter because he did the old
Did the,
Felix Unger, the
two-handed
fling,
push shot.
baby.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
whatever
man.
gets it to the hoop.
Can't get those 3 minutes back, can we?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Well, thank you. He's on hold for a long time there, so thank you.
Do you think,
Thank you, Mitch?
let me ask you this, though, because, I got young kids at home, and my daughter brought home this science form, and it said parent signature, so I signed it. But it also said student signature. And she's like, Dad, how do I sign something? Because kids don't learn cursive anymore.
Are you kidding me?
No.
I've never even considered that before.
Cursive isn't taught in schools anymore. I don't think they are.
Wow.
And so how did you sign something if you don't even know how to?
Wow.
Yeah, dude. Yes. So she's like, Dad, and so she sees how I sign mine, which is just a scribble. And that's what she did, a scribble pretty much. But kids nowadays, you talk about left-handed, right-handed, they don't even learn cursive anymore, how to write cursive.
Man, I'm stunned.
Yeah,
I mean, it
that's
makes
breaking
sense,
news
but
to you there. Yeah,
never
nobody
thought
does it anymore.
Of that.
It's crazy.
We got to fix that, don't we?
I know, right? March
wife-
on Capitol Hill or something.
My wife has perfect.
Does
You know
she
how
really?
sometimes you buy something and you got to sign it at the store, with your finger?
Yeah.
And it's, even that.
Hers is
where it's
perfect with it?
Yes.
Oh, I would love to see that. Because I just draw
It's
a line through it, basically.
She does it. It's like calligraphy or something. How do you do that?
Man, that's crazy.
Yeah. When we come right back, guess whose birthday it is? We will honor one of the great Kings and wish him a happy birthday.
Okay.
Where does he rank among the all-time best Kings? Since we're talking about lists, that's next on Sactown Sports.
As a mom, I'd do anything to keep my child out of physical pain.
Dr. Pamela Maida is a board-certified orthopedic surgeon.
As a doctor, I know that growth spurts can cause pain in my child's feet, and that can affect their legs and back too.
Good Feet Youth Arch Supports are designed to alleviate, even eliminate common pain.
Investing in youth arch supports for your child or teen is one of the best decisions you can make.
Come to the Good Feet store now for a free fitting and test walk.
Hey, Whitey here, reminding you not all gas grills are created equal. I probably shouldn't have done this. In Kauai, at where we were staying, they have a number of these gas grills. And I was going along, people were cooking. I was like, ha, 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 you call that a gas grill? And I told them about my Napoleon Prestige and Prestige Pro line of outdoor cookers with features other grills can't match. Built different, built better, built to last. We'll have a wonderful reunion this weekend of me and my Napoleon Prestige outdoor cooker. Made with premium stainless steel, boasting quality and a lifetime warranty. Napoleon Grills and Accessories now available at your nearby Amy's, Ace Hardware in Sacramento, and of course, El Dorado.
Sacramento, Dierks Bentley's coming to town. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo for Country in the Park 2. And he's bringing some friends. Farmerly, Tyler Rich, Dasha, Kelsey Hart, and more. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo. Get your tickets today before they're sold out at CITPFest.com.
Brought to you by RVs of Sacramento and Hoblet Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram Center.
I juggle a lot. And managing constipation with belly pain from my irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, with laxatives and fiber isn't enough. My doctor recommended a way to get ahead of it. Then I said yes to Linzess.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
At Northern California's #1 Honda dealer, Stockton Honda, we make the dream of owning a new car easy and stress-free.
With prices that you just can't say no to. Save on our best selection of the year during the final days of the Honda Summer Event.
Come in today or go to StocktonHonda.com.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
#1 claims based on 2023 total new and Honda certified pre-owned vehicle car sales from American Honda Motor Company. Sold on report.
Your afternoon home for Kings talk and so much more. The Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
I think we'd be remiss if we didn't mention that today is the birthday of one of the greatest Sacramento Kings of all time. Born this date, and I think he was born in Mobile, Alabama.
Okay.
DeMarcus Cousins. Happy
Big
birthday.
Cuz. Oh,
DeMarcus
man.
Cousins today.
My guy, Big Cuz. Happy birthday to him.
Mm-hmm.
Had no idea. Darn.
It happened to come up when I was checking out things, for the quiz, which is coming up.
Oh, yeah.
Where do you think he should rank if you're ranking the greatest Kings, the best players? Where does DeMarcus Cousins rank, in your opinion?
That's a good question.
He put up some incredible numbers. There were obviously issues off the court. Of course, everyone points out that he did so much for the community and the team.
And we're talking
Was not
Sacramento.
very good.
era.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's in the top 5.
Wow, really? So who would you have there? You'd have
Because got to have Foxy.
Okay.
I'm going to throw De'Aaron Fox in there. That's my guy. I got to have him in there. I got to throw C. Webb.
Mm-hmm.
Got to throw Mitch.
Yeah.
I might even throw Peja in there. Might even go Vlade. That's what I'm saying.
Wow.
Like, I don't know. And maybe I'm off base here. Cousins was great.
That. Yeah.
He put up the numbers, but the success didn't follow.
I think that's really interesting because I think the vast majority of people would easily have him in the top 5. And I appreciate the fact that you don't necessarily because you're looking at other things.
Everybody's
considering other things.
Yeah.
That's interesting to me.
Yeah, and maybe if you would have asked me 2 months ago, I might have had him, on the Mount Rushmore, a top 4 or something like that. But I'm going to give the nod to those, early 2000s teams and give them an extra boost just because of all the success they had.
Yeah, it's a tough one for me because I tend to look at what a drag everything off the court was to the teams that he was on. And I think sometimes we overlook that here because, he's Boogie and he was our own and, we got a shoe right here. And at a time when the Kings were struggling to get noticed and he was, an all-star. But I tend to agree with you. I mean, it wasn't just because he didn't play on great teams that the team didn't achieve a lot. As the best player, some of that, it's on him.
Yeah.
But I might still have him top 5. I don't know.
Let me ask you this, though, because here's the thing. When I look at De'Aaron Fox versus DeMarcus Cousins, because when I look at De'Aaron Fox in the start to his career, I look at the talent he was surrounded with. It wasn't a great roster. It wasn't a good roster. When you look at DeMarcus Cousins, did he have a better roster, better pieces to work with? The Rudy Gays, the Tyreek Evans of the world. And so could we argue those Kings teams may have underachieved a little bit? When I look at Fox's tenure, I think they achieved exactly what they were. You know what I mean? They weren't a good team. He wasn't surrounded. Now he gets good players, and now you see what happens. And I would love for people at home to tell me, 916-339-1140, because I wasn't around. Did we view those DeMarcus Cousins Kings teams as underachievers at the time?
They were just, it was such a mess around here for so many reasons. And he got into it with coaches, and, maybe you could say he got coaches fired and the organization was struggling. And then it looked like they'd found with Michael Malone some stability when they had DeMarcus and Rudy Gay and your boy IT.
My guy.
Three guys averaging 20, and they just couldn't keep him on the floor. And then they let coach go, and we never knew what that was going to become. Then after that, it was just everything was going sideways. I still think I'd have him ahead of Vlade. How about you, Jay? And I understand why you don't. I get that completely. What about you, Jay? I mean, Vlade was around. Great teams. You're right. Those were great teams.
Look at Jay.
It's a tough one.
It is. I think you, and this is the tough part around here, fellas.
DeMarcus was, while you gather your thoughts or you get your headphones on, 4-time All-Star, 2-time All-NBA second team, and of course he was NBA All-Rookie first team.
Yeah, but you got to look at,
You're right. You're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
I'd probably go DMC over Vlade.
Okay.
Yeah. But I think it's a coin flip depending on who you ask. The 2000s teams around here can't do anything wrong. Like they could literally right now, and I'm exaggerating. They could literally wreck a car on Golden One, right there at the concourse, and nothing would be wrong. Like, you just lost it. The gas is stuck. Like it'd be okay. I'd take DMC because I think the talent. I think he took the Kings, and this sounds crazy, not to another level as far as team-wise, but he was the one kind of like Mitch Richmond, where it's like, I can hang my hat on the fact that I probably have a top 2-3 big in the game. He's a star, towards the end at the end, he became a multiple all-star. He was the guy that the Kings could say, that's our guy. He was the star of all stars.
Yeah.
He was the star of the NBA.
You remember, it's like, send Boogie to the All-Star
Absolutely.
game.
Yeah, that was the thing.
Yeah. It's just on the court, which is crazy. Off the court, he was a saint. People loved him. I always go back to a few young teenagers losing their life, here in Sacramento, or one, I should say, and Boogie coming not to the rescue, but assisting the family, who went to Grant High School. And that was one of the things that Boogie did quite a bit, was under the radar, was he helped the community. He was a community guy. He was more recluse, as you talk about recluse, but he helped the community. On the court, he was a rock star. Like you just didn't know which way he was going to go every single night.
Yeah. Gabriel Perez says on the chat, I think of it as more of a fail on the organization side. They surrounded him with trash. Garrett Young says Vlade's rep was tarnished as a GM.
Yeah,
I try to look.
You gotta separate that though, right?
Yeah, but
you got to.
where people maybe we don't. I try to. I think I can do that.
But let me ask you guys this, because let's say you were erecting statues outside of Golden One Center.
Ooh,
is DeMarcus Cousins one of the top 4? Top 5? I don't know. You see what I mean?
Top 5 maybe, but top 4 no. Here, somebody from the 530, they didn't put the name on it. Says Boogie's not even top 10.
That's just disrespectful.
Yeah, that's not even close.
Ken in Orangevale says, don't forget the late great Wayman Tisdale.
Ooh, yeah, Wayman Tisdale. We got through our boy Reggie Theus in the conversation to an extent. Here's the thing about DeMarcus, and somebody said it on the YouTube chat. On talent alone, just strictly talent.
Oh, he's in there.
He's top 2-3 of all time in Sacramento era. But we're talking about career, impact, winning, all that. You could argue DeMarcus put up numbers that didn't lead to winning.
Right.
And so, the numbers look great, but he didn't have the team success. And I think that's what holds him down. And it's not against it. Like, he did all he could do, Jay. It wasn't like, he was the reason they were losing games. I just don't think the team performed well as a unit for some reason.
But fellas, and you guys can tell me this better. You've seen a lot more basketball than I have. There's always going to be a good star, a good player, the best. Someone has to be the best on a bad team, right?
Right.
I thought DeMarcus not only was the best on the Kings, but he was one of the best in the league. Like, it's not Ron Harper on the Clippers. This is not Kyle Kuzma on the Wizards, like Jordan Poole on the Wizards. Like, he was a top 5, top 3 big man for sure, but a top 15, top 20 guy in the league at one point in time.
Yeah. Well, and I know I mentioned it, but just to your point, he was, what did I say? How many times was he second team all league? 2 times all league, second team, 2015, 2016.
Yeah.
That's big time.
And let me retract just a little. I gave him the nod over Vlade. I gave Vlade the nod over him, not because of individual stats or talents. I'm talking about what they meant to the organization in terms of winning. And that's why I give those early 2000s. Is DeMarcus Cousins a better player than more talented player than Vlade Divac? Yes. But whose career was better?
Vlade's.
Vlade. That's
I don't think that's even close.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But DeMarcus, talent-wise, was the better player. It just didn't manifest itself in the wins.
Where you rank him, how highly you rank him, hinges a lot on whether you view him as a victim of the organization or the organization as a victim of him.
Can it be both?
Yeah, there's some of that, sure.
Okay.
Yeah,
but most people don't see 50-50.
I think he was a victim of the organization, really. And I look at the talent around him, and I say to myself, how come it didn't work? And I'm not talking about winning the championship. How come you ain't even make the playoffs? Yeah. They had some talent, fellas. It wasn't like they were like Ron Harper and the Clippers with Benoit Benjamin out there or something like that, Jay. They had
Lloyd Vaughn.
Right. Like Rudy Gay was a good, very, very good player.
Rondo.
Tyreek Evans, Rondo, IT. Like,
I think you go back to when the Maloofs owned the team and he was here. The biggest mistake they made was in giving him the freedom to, okay, yeah, you don't like the coach. All right, we're going to take it. Yeah. And I don't think that served him well. Now, maybe if they'd gone the other way, maybe it would have blown up sooner. Maybe that wouldn't have been the answer either. But I think letting him know that, all right, you're the one running the roost here. You're more important than the coaches. I think that doomed him to fail.
Well, and you're 100% right with that, Whitey. And I also, we can blame the organization, but I got to cover DeMarcus his first year when he was at Kentucky. And it takes a special kind of coach / organization, a special kind of relationship to get the best out of DeMarcus. And to your point, they enabled him.
Yeah,
didn't hold him accountable for
absolutely.
And then when you bring in somebody that tries to do it in a George Karl, well, DeMarcus ain't trying to listen to George Karl.
Right.
Like the communication just wasn't there. And so I think when you look at what he did with John Calipari, yes, they bumped heads, but there was a mutual respect. What he did with Dave Yeager, what he did with Malone, like there was some respect there that, the King, let's keep it real, man. The carousel of GMs, the carousel of coaches, at the time, it was not a functional, well-working environment. Let's just call it what it is. It's different now, obviously. But when you have 6, 7 different coaches in your career, DeMarcus is the kind of guy that needs to develop that trust. How can you develop trust when every year or two you got a different head coach? And so I place some of the blame on the organization.
Some people here are saying, hey, don't forget about Bibby. Don't forget about Jay Will. And I know, Jay Will wasn't here nearly as long, but the impact that he had when he was here is incredible.
So wait, give me your 5 again one more time, Drake.
All right.
You got Webb.
Webb is there, and this is no order, Jay.
Yeah,
no order.
For sure.
Webb, Mitch, got to go Mitch.
Of course.
Got to go De'Aaron Fox.
Okay.
I'm throwing Fox in that argument. I'm going to go Peja. And I had Vlade, I could make an argument, fellas, for that guy right there on our wall, Domantas Sabonis.
I've been here long enough.
Somebody on the
give
chat.
him one more year.
Yeah, somebody on the chat here, I apologize, who was it, said, hey, that was the big question this summer.
Family Slagle, yeah.
Family Slagle, yeah. Domas or DeMarcus.
Yeah. I don't know, man. And Jay, you were around.
And it's winning, right? The basis on what
you got to include all that. It's
okay.
Everything. It's not just looking at the stat sheet or their, a basketball reference page. It's impact.
And there's also, and there's talent. Like we say, DeMarcus is more talented than a lot of these guys. But who did more for the team and did more to help the team win? There's no question. Domas did,
he
right?
changed the thing immediately. Very first
and
game.
he was on a better team, but still, who does more for your team?
But stability, and you guys know this as parents, stability makes a big difference, right? Like if the household, the foundation, whatever is not stable, like 9 times out of 10, it's just not gonna work. You try to put a roof on a shanty, that thing's gonna fall down. Domas just came at a perfect time.
You're right,
and he is part of the perfection. But the stability was here, and here I find myself arguing DMC DeMarcus. I just think without DeMarcus, there was a huge lull. That was the one thing, like Mitch Richmond. Like the one thing that made Mitch 10 times better to rock for me is that was our guy. That was the only thing we absolutely had in Sacramento, that if you came to a conversation, a gunfight with a knife, I had Mitch Richmond. Like that was my argument. Oh, you got Joe, I got Mitch. You got Kevin John, I got Mitch. And that's the thing with DeMarcus for Sacramento for a long time, fellas. It was only DeMarcus.
That's all we had.
That's all you could argue.
Were you talking about Kevin Johnson or Kevin John from ABC?
KJ, Dan Morley.
That's it. We'll take a quick time.
Yeah,
out.
I got something else on that. Yep.
Happy birthday to Marcus Cousins. The conversation continues when we come right back on Sactown Sports.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
Gotta change my oil.
How about Valvoline Restore and Protect? It restores and protects your engine to run like new.
Get in zone.
It restores your engine to factory clean?
And protects.
Get in zone.
So Valvoline Restore and Protect restores and protects.
Now you can get 5 quarts with an STP extended life oil filter for $37.99.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. 120,000 miles of night drives, daily commutes, and who knows how many.
Are we there yet?
Through countless fixes, elbow grease, and a new radiator, you kept your ride alive. With eBay Motors, you have over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Labor Day savings now at Maida Chevy with $12,000 off MSRP on every new Silverado half-ton Turbo Max in stock after rebates.
$12,000 off every Silverado LT Turbo Max at Maida Chevy with at least 5 at this price.
Labor Day savings up to $12,000 off MSRP exclusively at Maida Chevy at MaidaChevy.com. Sacramento Silverado headquarters. Together, let's drive.
Not available with special financing and lease and some other offers. Must trade in 2010 model year or newer. Ends 9/3/24.
Made a great deal at Maida.
Hey everybody, it's your boy Kyle Draper from Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. With the kids back in school, now is the perfect time to go buy a new Mercedes-Benz EQS SUV. I have one and I love it. And I'm not the only one in my family that loves it. My 12-year-old daughter loves it. In fact, just the other day when I was about to drop her off to school, she said, "Dad, are we taking the nice car out?" And I said, "Yeah, honey, we're taking the Mercedes-Benz EQS SUV." She was so excited to ride in it, and she was so excited to show it off to her friends. She loves the fact that it has seat cooling, seat massaging, and oh yeah, extra room in the back seat for all of her friends. If you don't believe me, just see for yourself. Go test drive one now at Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. You'll see how the car drives, the comfort it has, and the speed it has on the open road. Just head on down I-5 to Mercedes-Benz of Stockton or online anytime at mbofstockton.com.
Seems like there's more identity theft in the news every day.
Another major healthcare breach was reported today, resulting in the exposure.
1 in 4 consumers have been a victim of identity.
That's because there are endless places that could accidentally expose you to identity theft. In a breach, or simply by mistake. LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second. If your identity is stolen, we'll fix it, guaranteed or your money back. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code NEWS at lifelock.com. Terms apply.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Sactown Sports.
Happy birthday today to DeMarcus Cousins. Born in this state. What did I say, 1990? DeMarcus Cousins. Born this date in Mobile, Alabama. So we have been trying to figure out where we would place him, where he rightfully belongs on a list of the all-time greatest Sacramento Kings players. And it gets a little tricky because it's DeMarcus and because the organization was bad and because he had issues on and off the floor. And we're not quite sure where to place him. And I appreciate the fact that Kyle Draper has him just outside his top 5.
Yeah, and you know, what we need to do, and I'm looking at a number of criteria. On talent, I got him top 3. Well, you know, he's right up there with all the great ones in the Sacramento Kings era. But you have to look at it, Whitey and Jay and listeners out there. I'm looking at the results during DeMarcus Cousins' tenure in Sacramento. Rookie season, 24 wins. Second season, 22. Shortened season, though, 22 and 44. Third season, 28 wins. Fourth season, 28 wins. Fifth season, 29 wins. 33. The most the Kings had won under DeMarcus Cousins, 33 wins. I mean, it's hard to argue that, fellas. I can't.
You're right.
I
You're right.
can't give as great of a player as he is, and I'm saying I'm not blaming him for that. I just, for some reason, it didn't work. Whether it was dysfunction in the organization, whatever, because those teams should have been better. But then I'm looking at his head coaches during that time: Paul Westphal, Keith Smart, Michael Malone. Had that one season
to be thrown
where you had Malone, Ty Corbin, George Karl, Dave Yeager. Like every year or every other year, he had a new coach. And I hate to penalize him for that, but it is what it is. DeMarcus Cousins on talent is a top 2-3 Sacramento King of all time. But in terms of his career and in terms of if we're going to have a Mount Rushmore or whatever, I got other guys ahead of him.
I think a lot of teams knew that there was a tremendous amount of risk involved because you go back to that 2010 draft. John Wall went first to Washington. Evan Turner second, Derek Favors third, Wesley Johnson fourth, and then DeMarcus Cousins.
Right. And DMC really should have been 1 or 2.
Yeah.
In terms of talent, like I was there at Kentucky. He was just as big as John Wall. John Calipari getting him to come to Kentucky, just as big as John Wall. But like you said, there must have been some red flags that scared a couple of teams away. And so that was part of the package. But from a basketball standpoint, the dude was great.
Yeah.
It just didn't equate the wins.
Jay talked about stability, and, you know, the franchise lacked it. And I think the biggest miscalculation was the Kings needed stability. They needed to bring in a guy who was talented, who could be a foundational piece.
Yeah.
And he just was not a solid, steady foundation.
Right.
He couldn't be that. You also had, you know, Tyreek, and that was going to be your foundation. You had the talent, but they were not, for whatever reason, especially given that you had the coaching situation that you described, you didn't have that stability. And that's why none of it ever came together, and they never got better because they were trying to build on a very shaky foundation to begin with.
Yeah, it's a shame, too, because when you look at the talent that came through Sacramento, DeMarcus Cousins, that 33-win season, it was him, Rudy Gay, Rajon Rondo on that team. You had Caron Butler, an aging Caron Butler, but an older Caron Butler. Omri Caspi, You know, it was a solid Marco Bellinelli. Like, that team, to me, is better than 30. Ben McLemore, a young player.
That was the George Karl team, right?
No, this one was Dave. Yeah, it was George Karl. Yep.
Yeah. See, that
yeah.
That thing had no chance as soon as, because George Karl, like, said, I want to trade him, and Vivek's like, no. And then apparently he decided he was going to arrange a trade anyway on his own.
Who, George Karl did?
Yeah, I believe. Yeah. And at that point, it was like, then he and DeMarcus had no chance. I don't know if they ever did before that. And then you had an issue where Vlade's talking to the team saying, telling the team, we don't know what to do with George. So at that point you had no chance.
Yeah.
No, there was no way it was going to work, despite, as you say, there was some talent there.
Yeah, and then I'm looking at, the year when they had Yeager, Ty Corbin, and I'm drawing a blank on the last head coach. Michael Malone, Ty Corbin, and George Karl. I'm looking at this roster, man. I'm looking at, that's not a good team. I'm sorry. You got Rudy Gay, you got Cousins. Collison was a good player, though.
Yeah.
Darren Collison was a good player. McLemore, Stauskas.
When you're looking at hunting and picking,
yeah,
that ain't it.
That's it. And that's what we're talking about, though, Jay. They had some talent, but it was never good enough. And we blame? And I'm not blaming DeMarcus. It is what it is. Like, when you look at Sacramento Kings era, where does DeMarcus Cousins fit in? His era of basketball. It's one of our worst as a franchise.
I'll say it if you won't. Yeah. If you are the best player on the team and the team underperforms, some of that is your fault. And it's not all your fault. Some of it is.
But
well, then what's up with Jordan? Because his team was underperforming early in the 80s.
Yeah.
When he came in. I mean, why he don't take the heat?
Well, because they figured it out.
Yeah, 6-7 years into the game.
Yeah.
84, 91. I mean, I get it.
There aren't too many guys in the league that single-handedly can lift a team.
No.
We're talking about all-time greats.
No, yeah.
Right. I look at a guy even as great as LeBron, some of those early Lakers teams he were on, missing the playoffs. They were even this past year playing team.
Mm-hmm.
I just think when you look at DeMarcus Cousins' tenure, it's not going to be celebrated from a Sacramento Kings.
No.
And it's not, I'm not saying it's his fault, but there are other eras. Even Mitch Richmond is more beloved. That era is more beloved than the Marcus Cousins era.
It's like Jay was saying before we went to break, when the Kings were struggling for any kind of relevance, and Jerry Reynolds made the trade. Yeah, Mitch Richmond. It's like, we're legit. We got Mitch Richmond.
Who was the first star here since what? Reggie Theus?
Theus probably.
Yeah,
Theus was the man.
Is Theus in that? Like, I think
he probably should be.
Weber, Fox.
You put in Peja?
Weber, Fox, Mitch?
Yeah, those three of those three.
All right, those three.
I think you start there.
Who else after that?
I think it's just a pick of the litter. Like, I think Reggie has a conversation. I think Vlade has a conversation. I'd say Bibby has a conversation. De'Aaron's got to be in there. We didn't put Fox in there. That's 4, right?
No, you said Fox. You said Fox.
Mitch, Weber,
Fox.
Got you.
I think this dude behind us is in there too, man, Jay. He give me one more good year. He give me one more good year. Sabonis is in there, big
He's been there 3.5.
2.5.
2.5.
Mm-hmm.
All NBA.
When we come right back, we'll tell you what we know today that we didn't know yesterday about the Kings' new schedule, and the conversation continues on DeMarcus Cousins' birthday on Sactown Sports.
For most of the people that walk in our store, it's been an ongoing, nonstop issue, and they're finally walking into the Good Feet store. Okay, the guy that came into my store last year that has had plantar fasciitis for 30 years. I looked at him, I said, "Are you kidding me? I've been here for 14. Where have you been?" I helped relieve a problem that's plagued him for 30 years. I mean, how do you not go home and talk about that?
Come to the Good Feet store now for a free fitting and test walk.
Carmichael Dave here for Capital Casino. Sacramento summertime heat is back. And of course, Cap Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room, wants to invite everyone to soak up some air conditioning, still with the most variety of table games in the region. And as always, the best food, best service, and the best action, conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. Capital Casino, of course, reminding everyone to please make sure you gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Dawn or dusk, I'm on the hunt. Skeeter here, Sacramento Yellow Mosquito and Vector Control District, and I'm wearing Skeeter Vision, night vision goggles that light up skeeters at dawn or dusk like the 4th of July. Mosquito, 12 o'clock. Got him. So fight the bite by wearing long sleeves and pants at dawn or dusk when they're most active. Apply insect repellent and drain stagnant water. It's a breeding ground.
Dawn or dusk, the Sacramento Yellow Mosquito and Vector Control District reminds you to fight the bite. For more information or to report problems, go to fightthebite.net.
Keep your family cool and comfortable this summer with Bell Brothers' best summer ever financing events. When you replace your AC system, we're offering 0 payments, 0 interest for 6 months on approved credit, then low fixed rate thereafter. That's right, 0 payments, 0 interest for 6 months on any new AC system. It's an incredible offer on an incredible new AC system, but only for a limited time. This offer is also available on any plumbing, water heater, or insulation projects over $1,000. So call Bell Brothers now. Your family will thank you because they'll be cool and comfortable. But you have to hurry. Our offer for 0 payment, 0 interest for 6 months, then low fixed rate thereafter ends soon. Estimates and second opinions are free. So call now to keep your family cool and comfortable during Bell Brothers' best summer ever event. Our number is 916-444-1234 or find us online at theNoSurpriseGuys.com. That's theNoSurpriseGuys.com.
The No Surprise Guys, Bell Brothers.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios. KHTK-AM Sacramento. KYMX HD2 Sacramento. Sacramento's official home for the San Francisco 49ers.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
Sactown Sports.
Live and local, it's the Drive Guys. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sactown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sactown Sports app.
Yeah, and listen, thanks a lot for being with us today. Good to be back with you. We have, speaking of the 49ers, home of the 49ers, we'll look at Brandon Aiyuk. I don't even know if it's news, Drapes, what we're finding out today about Brandon Aiyuk. Is it news? Is it speculation? Where are we? We'll take a look at that. Pittsburgh Steelers re-entering the picture. And also today, of course, we found out that the Kings are going to be in this Group A in the West. We knew they were in Group A, but we actually have the schedule here for the pool play. So, we've been kicking that around. And look, let's face it, the announcement of the NBA schedule usually is a very joyous, exciting occasion. Yeah. And this year it's been a little more, okay, can we get the rest? Okay, well, all right, we got 4 games. That's great. What about the rest of it? So we're just going to have to be patient this year.
Yeah, it's
a lot.
It's a teaser, right? They're giving us little drips and everything, and it's frustrating because I'm trying to piece it all together. Carmichael Dave tweeting out 2 6-game road trips.
This is your life we're talking about.
I know it really is, Whitey. For the next 6, this is our life.
Yes,
you got to plan for life without me, or when we're doing it at the arena and everything. It's frustrating, man. Let's go. Mm-hmm. It really should be a primetime special tonight.
Mhm.
Like, it should be coming out tonight. We should be getting hyped, talking about it. Instead, we got to wait till Thursday.
Yeah, at least we finally have word that Thursday, definitively, at noon, right, on ESPN, they're going to
noon our time. Yeah,
the rest of the schedule, and maybe at some point we'll even find out the Kings' preseason schedule. I know Frankie had some of the games. It'd be nice to know. I'm not that concerned about the preseason game, so I want to know the regular season beyond what we've already.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Obviously, I'd rather have the regular season.
Yeah.
Like, that's what I'm more excited about because, NBC Sports California, we don't air the preseason games. I think maybe we'll do one of them. And so, yeah, to your point, but, I just need to know, when is basketball back?
Right.
Let's go.
Yeah.
I'm ready.
I know you and Jay, sometimes I kid you because you guys talk about how with so many games and so many different sports streaming now, sometimes it's hard to find where the game is.
Yeah.
That's me during the Kings preseason. Where can I find this game?
Sactown Sports 1140. That's about it. NBC that only does one. It's one of my frustrations with NBC. The lack of respect for the Sacramento Kings. If it was the Warriors, they'd be showing them all. They'd show them all. Our pregame, our post. But because it's the Kings, we got to fight for things there at NBC. Resources. And at this point, I think they're starting to throw more resources at the Kings. I think we will have some, longer in-depth shows or something like that. But It was one of my frustrations when I got here. I'm hanging down in the studio with Bonte and Chris Mullen, and those guys are on for an hour pregame, an hour post. They got the big studio, everything looking nice. We relegated to Studio B, the kids' table. I had to fight for those kind of things. It used to frustrate me, but now that we're winning, playing well, you're starting to see more Kings coverage over there.
That's how it is in Sac. It's lit.
Talk your talk, Drake. Fight for us, baby.
No, seriously, it's a real thing, Jay. It is a real thing between me and Bonte and Chris. And Chris Mullen is our guy. I love Chris. I respect him. But he's a pain in my damn ass. And here's why.
He was almost the coach of the Kings, by the way.
I remember that. You told me that. But he would text me when they lost. I'd be driving back from San Francisco, dark out, trying to weave. Yeah. Him and Bonte FaceTiming me, laughing and everything. Like, I felt like little brother. And I'm like, no. We belong at the big table, too. It's a real thing,
I didn't know a guy like that.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. We might have to start getting him on after every loss or something now.
That's what I'm saying. That's why we got to get Chris Mullen on. I know he doesn't do radio interviews, but he owes me one or two. He owes us one.
What about Festus Ezeli?
Yeah, we could get Festus. Yeah, local guy. But Festus he's
low key, right?
He a turncoat. You know what I mean? Because I didn't know his background. I didn't know he was a local guy because the way he talks down in studio, Warriors this, Warriors that. I'm like, Festus, why are you doing that dissing my Sacramento Kings? He's like, Drapes, I'm from Sacramento. I got love for you guys. And I'm like, how come you ain't saying that on TV? Like, he's a turncoat.
Yeah. Now, is he the one? He went to Vandy? Is that where he went to school?
Yeah.
Okay. And he went to Jesuit. And I don't know the whole story, but my understanding is Festus Ezeli, 7 foot, right?
Yeah.
He didn't play in high school. They didn't play.
What? Were they that stacked?
Yeah. I don't know what. Yeah. My understanding is he barely played, if at all. And maybe he was just learning. I don't know, but that's Festus Ezeli.
Yeah, we got to get Festus on or Mully or Bonte after the Kings beat the Warriors because I got to gloat a little bit. I got to gloat a little bit.
You did a great job of that. Seriously, a great job.
What, of gloating?
Yes, with Bonte after the Kings knocked the Warriors out of the play-in.
Oh, yeah.
And even he was going, okay, yeah, that's pretty good. You're talking about, what do you got now, Fleet Week?
Oh, yeah.
You're going to ride the cable car down to the wharf and watch Fleet Week? And even Bonte was going, yeah, that's pretty good.
That's a good one.
Yeah. So you did a real good job of that.
I forgot about that. Yeah, I love talking trash to those guys. Man.
Yeah, but the Warriors are not in the Kings group this year.
Yeah, we should handle our business, man. I'm looking at the schedule and the groupings and everything. I do believe the Kings have how should I put this, favorable grouping. Outside of Minnesota, the Kings are the best team in that group. And then you look at the Warriors group, and they got a tough little group there. They got tough, you got New Orleans, you got Dallas, you got Denver, and Memphis.
Ooh.
That's a murderer's row, right?
Yeah. I think so, yeah.
I think the Warriors the worst team out of that bunch. Like, seriously, that is a tough grouping. And so I can't wait. Hopefully the Kings make it out of Group A, their group. And then it's all about matchups after that. We saw it last year. You win your group, and then you got to face the Pelicans, and, they handle your business.
You've talked about this a lot. I'm on board with you. The season doesn't start for the Kings until they beat the Pelicans.
They got to beat the Pelicans. That's the game I'm looking for. When's our first matchup with them? That's the early test. Lakers, you know what? We own them. We beaten them. DeMontis 9-0 against Anthony Davis, I think it is now. We need to exercise the demons of the Pelicans. Sort of, Whitey, like last year with the Warriors. Remember the Warriors, you had their way with us. Yep. They beat us in 7 games. They beat us in the preseason. We needed a little get back. And I thought it happened in that in-season tournament game. Winner moves on. The Kings handled their business. And so we need to exercise our Pelicans demons this season.
Yeah, I'm with you. Yeah, like I said, you could win every game, but the season doesn't really start until you beat the Pelicans. You have to beat the stinking Pelicans one time.
And here's the thing.
At least.
And we know the Pelicans are going to be there at the end. That could be a 4 or 5 matchup, Whitey, or something like that. That could be a play-in matchup or something like that. Like, we need to exercise that demon, because right now the Pelicans, they're looking at when the schedule come out and they see Sacramento on there, they got a road trip to Sac, they're going to be like, oh, we got this. They're feeling confident, feeling good about themselves. And you could argue with the addition of DeJounte Murray, they're going to be a tough team, man.
What's the deal with Brandon Ingram now?
Nothing. I guess
that was a hot story,
right?
Yeah,
hot story.
Trade Brandon Ingram. Who are they going to trade him to? What are they going to get for him?
Yeah, it's and he's in the final year of his deal. Is he trade bait at the trade deadline?
Yeah.
Do they re-sign him to a less than what he wants, sort of like Aiyuk situation, where we're not going to give you the $50 million per year.
Must be a Brandon thing, huh?
Yeah, right. Must be a Brandon thing, but that sort of is flying under the radar right now. I think the market's dried up, though. All the big name guys we talking about, Ingram, Kuzma, none of those guys moved anywhere. Marketing, nobody moved.
And he can't be traded now for what? Till after the deadline if they want to trade.
After after the season, basically.
Yeah, because he just signed his deal.
Yep.
And that's where it was headed.
Oh, yeah, you were gone that last week when that happened.
Yeah.
Because he signed on the 7th, the day after, you got to extrapolate it 6 months, then that takes you after the trade deadline, and so he's there for a year.
I'm sure Danny knew what he was doing all along, right? It's like, just hang tight, we're good.
Yeah, we'll take care of you, But I could see them moving off of him next year, as they try to rebuild and figure things out.
A couple of comments here on the chat from, again, smartest YouTube viewers. We have from Family Schlegel, loved our test when he was on the Kings, going back to the all-time great Kings. He wasn't here long, but, man, he had an impact when he came here.
Yep.
And then, thank you, Paul LeBouf says, Festus didn't get cleared by the section to play.
Oh, he didn't get cleared.
That would make sense. As I was wondering, why did he play? Festus Ezeli.
Right. Yeah, he had to play. At that size, man, even if you couldn't walk and chew gum, you were getting out there for a few minutes.
Can you answer this question?
Yeah.
Family Schlegel asking, why is Rondo not the coach of the Lakers? Is he going to coach someday? Would he want to coach?
Rondo got an interesting situation. He's on the he's an assistant out there, right? I believe he is on JJ Redick's staff. And he would make a great coach in terms of IQ. But remember, he just got arrested in Indiana this offseason. And so he got a little bit of baggage. I think Rondo sort of has to rehabilitate his image before he gets a high-profile chance like that.
I don't know him. Like, I know you know him. I feel like he's the type of guy's like, I don't care about rehabbing my image. Do you want to?
No, I don't think he cares. I think he's going to be him. Take it or leave it. Whatever you want. Rondo's going to be Rondo. Great basketball mind. Great basketball mind.
I think when he was here, did he lead the league in assists?
Yes, 11.1, I believe it was. Yeah, he was a dime dropper, man.
Yeah, and he and DeMarcus got together, to my eye, and decided, hey, let's get the coach fired. Okay, they did a really good job of that.
They did a number on him.
I don't know how much help he needed with that. When we come back, Take it or leave it. Is that what the 49ers are telling Brandon Aiyuk? Next on Sactown Sports.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave for American Energy Heating and Air with a question. Have you recently had a technician diagnose your HVAC system and you were a bit surprised at how much it cost? Or did something seem off about their quote? Because at American Energy, they take pride in giving you honest, straightforward solutions to get that system up and running. Have their qualified technicians come out and give you a free second opinion. It's free. You got nothing to lose but some dollars off of that original quote. They're making the uncomfortable comfortable. They've been doing it since 1981, serving the greater Sacramento area. A+ with the Better Business Bureau. That's why they keep having customers coming back for more and more and more. You can call them and set that appointment at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Your afternoon home for Kings talk and so much more. The Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
We've had a lot of little news tidbits today regarding Brandon Aiyuk, but it still seems, Drapes, like we're pretty much where we were before we got any of them.
Yeah, and it's getting to be too much to handle. I'm getting tired of it. I'm over it. Mike Garafolo just came out. Garofalo just came out with something. And here's the thing. I'm an Aiyuk guy. Just get the deal done. Why are we going through this dog and pony show? And the problem too, Whitey, is, and I'm not going to blame the Niners for this. I'm not going to blame Brandon Aiyuk for this. But everybody and their mom supposedly has a source. Oh, today's the day it's going to happen. I can't tell you how many times I've gone on Twitter and seen people say, big news tomorrow coming, and it's accounts with 20, 30,000 followers. And it's like, you wake up, today's the day, and they're wrong, and they're wrong, and they're wrong. And then something will happen eventually, and they're like, see, we told you. It's ridiculous, man. I'm kind of over it. I'm done. Wake me up when it happens.
Last week when we were on vacation, there was this place we were staying in Kauai. There's tons of chickens. So at one point I'm walking around and there's this chicken that runs by and there's like 5 or 6 little hens, little not hens, chicks, and like beep, 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 beep,
following around.
And I saw it and I thought that honestly, it reminded me of the Aiyuk story. That's what's going on. You have one, somebody says something, then everyone else, all the quote unquote reporters, beep, 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 beep,
right.
beep, they're following after and they don't really have anything.
Well, think about it. Before you went on vacation, remember what the story was that Thursday or Friday? Like, oh, they're close. Deal could happen. Deal's going to happen. It's done. It's coming. Be ready for it. And then by Sunday, two sides are apart. He's gone. Keep an eye on Pittsburgh. And so there's a lot of people, like you've mentioned in the past. I think you brought it up yesterday, rushing to be first or rushing to be right without actually vetting the information. They're just throwing stuff out there, and I'm Aiyuk. He hasn't helped himself either with some of his social media posts and trying to negotiate through the media and everything. It's gotten too ugly, man.
Jay and I were talking about this before the show started. It seems now like some reporters in the past, they've always been used by teams, right? But a really good reporter would be question the source.
Yeah.
And now it seems like reporters like, I got information, I'm going with it.
I'm running with it.
I don't care. The team wants me to go with it, but I got this info and I'm out with it first. That's all I care about it.
Case in point, the Aiyuk situation and the way it played out in Boston. Occasionally I'll listen to Boston Sports Radio. Mike Reese, noted reporter. He was lampooned on Boston Sports Radio because they thought he was carrying the water for the team because he got something, the Patriots are backing away and he ran with it and they clowned him on it. And he went on and said, your same thing. He said, guys, any respected reporter will take what the team gives them, but then also get it from another source.
Right.
Go fact check it.
Yeah.
They don't just run with it. But to your point, it seems like now people are just running with one side or the other side.
And it's almost Well, it seems like that's what they're encouraged to do.
Yeah.
Those that are paying them want them to be first. We don't even care if you're right.
Right.
But anyway, and I'm not saying that applies to this sound, but as you mentioned, Mike Garofalo with the latest this afternoon, we think, on Brandon Aiyuk.
Yeah.
This situation has been uncomfortable. It's been contentious. It's still a little bit of both of those as we sit here right now, at least between Brandon Aiyuk and the 49ers. I'm going to try to inject a little bit of optimism here because you talked about that Instagram post the other night, Tom, where Aiyuk said that there are two options. Let's just pick one, right? I dug into that a little bit, and what I've been told is that Brandon Aiyuk would prefer to stay with the 49ers and has always preferred to stay with the 49ers, all things being equal. Now, they haven't been equal, but they did make that offer. In fact, both sides sent proposals within the last, couple days, week or so. And the 49ers number has gotten better than what it was previously. And they have, from my understanding, they have agreed on a lot of the main points of the deal. Their offers are in line, but it sounds like there's just one more thing that needs to be ironed out. And if that thing gets ironed out, Brandon Aiyuk signs the deal. He stays with the 49ers. He drops the trade request. And finally, we can put this situation behind him, and the Niners can put it behind him. Look, they did the fourth quarter comeback with Deebo Samuel before when he had the trade request. This would be like Montana to John Taylor, that kind of last-second type comeback. But it can happen. It has happened before. Thank you. Trying to keep the theme going. Look, as we've talked about leverage. The ball's in whose court. As far as Aiyuk is concerned, it sounds like the ball's in the 49ers court, and he's hoping that they can just make the final adjustment and get this thing done and stay with the Niners.
That's Mike Garofalo.
Yeah,
Yes.
Garofalo.
So it sounds like Aiyuk wants to stay. 49ers want him to stay. So maybe there's a very good chance you're going to work it out. But, Tim Kawakami pointed it out, and Garofalo mentioned it there. There's been a lot of bad blood, and I don't think that necessarily just goes away once they come to terms on this.
And you guys were around for the Deebo negotiations. Is this uglier than that was? Because he mentioned it. Mike just mentioned it. Is this a different vibe, a different kind of feeling?
That had a really ugly vibe to it early on, but it was a very short, intense period. And then there was a coming together and there was forgiveness. It was ugly early. It was like, whoa. Because what did he do? He unfollowed him on Twitter.
Unfollow him on Instagram.
Yeah, so there was a little bit of whoa, but it blew over pretty quickly.
Right.
Whereas this just keeps going and going. And Brandon Aiyuk, and it's his right, he feels it's going to help him. He keeps taking shots here and taking shots there. And I think Kyle Shanahan looks like, well, that's not the way we do things here.
Right. Yeah.
Real quick, fellas, what do you – because Mike right there said there's one last thing that needs to be ironed out. That's of course, it's the $1 million question, but how many times is there going to be one last thing that needs to be ironed out? What could possibly be that one last thing?
Well, as you say, the $1 million question, it's probably like a 29
guaranteed
or 30 or $31 million question,
Yeah. Is it guaranteed? You think it's guaranteed money versus, the money, the total money that we're going to see thrown out?
Depends if he's hung up on that whole, average, the annual average.
Average.
I want the highest annual average, or if it is, I don't care about that. I want my guarantee.
But it sounds like, fellas, we're talking $1 million a year, maybe?
Yeah,
two tops. Like, are we really going through all this over a $1 or $2 million?
I thought they were all smarter than that.
Right, like and Mike Garofalo.
Yes, sir. Garofalo.
Yeah, for some reason, I'm thinking Garoppolo, in my mind,
Me
but I
too,
know it's Garofalo.
Yeah,
right. But he even said it over the last week. Each made counter offers. So if the Niners were at 26, and TJ Houshmandzadeh said, "Man, they won't even go to 28 for my guy. They can't even give him 28." Then what are we talking about here? Are we at 27.5 versus 28? Like, are we $500,000? It just doesn't make sense to me right now.
Since we're talking about the 49ers and you mentioned Garoppolo, did you think he kind of was taking a shot at the 49ers here?
100%.
Yeah.
Go
Okay.
ahead.
Yeah. Now he's with the Rams. He's talking about with reporters how happy he is there. Speaking to the media, Jimmy Garoppolo shared, quote, talking about the Rams, "This place allows you to be yourself too, which is different than other places I've been. You're getting pressed with a sense of urgency, but in a good way. Obviously, everyone wants to win. Everyone wants to perform well. They do it in the right way here. They push you positively. There's just a lot of good things going on, man. I'm enjoying every bit of it. Even the meetings are a good time. Everything is going good right now.
Is that a shot? I say 100%. 100%.
Jimmy, if you're going to take a shot, take a shot.
But it's not surprising, Whitey, is it?
No.
Knowing what you know about Shanahan, knowing what you know about Belichick in New England.
Yeah.
They sort of, especially the quarterback position, for lack of a better phrase, they sort of neuter you a little bit. They don't want you to be a freelancer. They don't want you to go outside, color outside the lines or anything like. They want you to be a good soldier. Hey, I call it this way.
Yeah.
Execute it this way.
Mm-hmm.
And Jimmy seems to be. I go back to when Jimmy, led the squad his rookie season, not rookie season, but his first season.
Yeah.
When he came in. He was more of a gunslinger, or more of a scrambler, more of a improviser, if you will. And for some reason, he got neutered in that way. Not saying it would have been successful or anything, but his game changed in San Francisco with the Niners.
First sign of any trouble I'd heard that, they got him in the trade, and then they didn't play him for a long time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I'd heard that Kyle was not especially thrilled with how long it was taking Jimmy to pick things up before he even was on the field.
Yeah. And that may be true. Here's the thing about Jimmy, though. I feel like it didn't work out in New England. He never really got a fair shot because they had Tom Brady. He wasn't going to.
Yeah, he had those 2 games. That was the Deflategate, right? He played well for them. Then he got hurt.
And then, but then, it was, and it almost was a point where Brady made him Jimmy or me.
Yeah,
you got to make a choice. You got to make a choice.
Yep.
And they chose Tom at the time and traded Jimmy. And then he comes to San Francisco. To your point, doesn't play at first. I don't know if him and Kyle, and you guys tell me, maybe I'm wrong. Were they ever on the same page?
I don't know.
Did Kyle ever,
it didn't seem like it,
speak glowingly like he does with Brock Purdy about Jimmy Garoppolo?
He always spoke. It was like a begrudging respect almost.
Respect, yeah.
Yeah. It's like, but if you really listen between the lines, it's like you're trying to convince yourself that you like this guy.
Yeah. And think about it, too. He basically told him he's not wanted back after they lost in the, what was that? The NFC Championship game,
right? Shouldn't have been welcome back.
No, but I'm saying you don't announce that right after, Jay. You don't.
You don't let him
Jimmy
get back on the plane.
He won't be the starting quarterback for us. Or
man, there's been times throughout sports, and you know this, man. You can't even get back on the plane. Yeah, listen, he's fired before he hit the plane. You send him on commercial,
coach.
Yeah, put him commercial.
Didn't it? That was the next year they needed him again.
Yeah, they needed him. Yeah.
Injuries.
Yeah. That's.
There was one year when Derek Martin played for the Kings, and he wasn't playing much. And on his birthday, he scored like 11 points in 2 minutes. And every time he scored, he would stare down Adelman. It was a huge story here.
Really?
Yeah. And the next year, he's a free agent, and the Kings re-signed him, which at the time was like, I couldn't believe it happened.
Right.
That was the most surprising signing I'd ever seen until the whole Garoppolo thing came back where Jimmy was starting again. Go through all that. I was like, there's no way.
Right.
There's no way that can happen.
We thought that dude was done.
Yeah.
He was gone.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But where maybe that applies to Aiyuk is, again, Jimmy was back on the field. But as you could see and hear from what he says, the hurt feelings didn't go away.
Oh, no,
so
no doubt.
With Aiyuk, are they going to be able to say, all right, look, can you commit to us? Can we commit to you? And we go forward. With each passing day, it seems more doubtful.
It seems doubtful. And to your point, it's clear Jimmy never got over it. And I wonder, can Aiyuk emotionally, psychologically get over it, get past it?
Mm-hmm.
Sort of like Debo did, right?
Yeah.
Debo got past it. Yeah.
Yeah. All depends on how much money they give it.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah. You're going to have to pay my hurt away. I don't blame Brandon Aiyuk, right? You want me to feel better? Pay me what I'm worth on today's market.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. When we come back, take a look at the 49ers backup quarterback situation. You want to do that, Drapes, or you want to answer which King has the most to prove in the upcoming season?
Let's do the backup quarterback. We can say the Kings for a longer discussion.
The Kings, the 49ers are pretty happy with their backup quarterback situation. Should they be? That's next on Sactown Sports.
What's wrong?
My travel rewards card didn't earn enough miles for my vacation.
Are you crying? Are you crying because of that other credit card?
Uh-huh.
Well, switch to the Capital One Venture card. Venture lets you redeem miles on any travel purchase.
Really?
Yep, and you earn unlimited double miles on every purchase every single day. The Capital One Venture card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Mom, meet Sarah.
From first-time Nana moments. Welcome to Flight 101. To annual girls trip moments. Your can't-miss moments are worth protecting against RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV. And there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com.
So where should we go next?
Sponsored by Pfizer.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
I would end the day with sore feet, sore legs. The drugstore inserts that I was purchasing were really not very useful at all. I walked into the Good Feet store and the guy kind of grinned at me and said, I hear that a lot. I was living with chronic pain before going to the Good Feet store. Now I don't really have that problem. I'm able to do the things that I expect to be able to do, even at my advanced age. I feel pretty good about what's going on.
Come to the Good Feet store now for a free fitting and test walk.
Labor Day savings now at Maida Chevy with $12,000 off MSRP on every new Silverado half-ton Turbo Max in stock after rebates.
$12,000 off every Silverado LT Turbo Max at Maida Chevy with at least 5 at this price.
Labor Day savings up to $12,000 off MSRP exclusively at Maida Chevy at MaidaChevy.com. Sacramento Silverado headquarters. Together, let's drive.
Not available with special financing, lease, and some other offers. Must trade in 2010 model year or newer. Ends 9/3/24.
Made a great deal of Maida.
Your afternoon home for Kings talk and so much more. The Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
Guess how much money the Dallas Cowboys are worth? We have franchise valuations for the top NFL teams. Came out today from Sportico. Cowboys are number one. Let's see here. Do you want to take a guess how much they're the Cowboys head and shoulders atop the list?
I already know. I saw these numbers. I saw these numbers.
$10.32 billion.
$10 billion. And did you see what it was 20 years ago? It was like 1 billion or under $1 billion. It's like
really,
yeah. The Patriots were like 980 something million, and now they're like 7 billion or whatever it is. It's crazy.
Yesterday, when I was getting ready to do the quiz, I saw, I think it was 1969. The Celtics were purchased for a record at the time, like $6 million in 1969. Now you got the Dallas Cowboys worth $10.32 billion. First sports franchise to surpass the $10 billion valuation, according to ESPN. So the Rams are second, $7.79 billion, followed by the New York Giants, $7.65 billion, New England, $7.31 billion, 49ers, $6.86 billion. That's an obscene amount of money, but I'll be honest, I feel like, wow, the 49ers should be higher.
Right now, I really feel like they should be higher compared to some of them. Like, they should be right behind the Cowboys. And,
the Jets, $6.8 billion. Miami, $6.76 billion. They're 6th and 7th. And then, that's the Eagles. That's cute. $6.75 billion. And the Washington Commanders, $6.3 billion, listed 8th and 10th. And the Raiders, $6.7 billion, are 9th. The Raiders, I remember when the Raiders were in Oakland and they'd come out with these valuations and they'd be way down on the list of NFL teams.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
I guess maybe Mark Davis knew what he was doing. I'll never root for him or them, but good for him.
Good. Hey, they got the money, man. It's that's why this Aiyuk situation is so frustrating, and I understand there's salary cap repercussions, but the dude deserves to get paid, man.
Yeah, get rid of the cap. Let teams pay.
Oh, get rid of the cap.
Yes.
Can you imagine that? If there's
it
no
used
cap?
to be that way. Teams would go out and they'd sign we need a backup quarterback to Joe Montana. Let's get Steve Young.
Yeah. It's how much is Patrick Mahomes getting then if there's no cap?
Right.
What I mean? $100 million a year. Crazy.
The 32 NFL franchises collectively are worth $190 billion, including team-related businesses and real estate held by the owners. The Cleveland Browns, remember when they moved away and then they came back and they had a new stadium right in Cleveland. 1999, the Browns had a new stadium. They're asking for a new stadium already.
25 years or so?
A new domed stadium.
That's tough, man. Because I would imagine they're asking for public funds.
I think they are. And this will be great for the economic development of the area. And I mean, good for you if you can get it. But maybe it's because, in our era growing up, when someone got a new stadium, it was like, wow, that's amazing.
Right. But they become old very quickly.
I guess so.
That's the thing. Let me go on a quick little rant, if you will, because did you rent a car when you went to Hawaii?
Yes.
Well, it might be different there. I don't know. But you ever look at the bill, the surcharges and the taxes and everything? So I just booked a trip to Seattle, right? And, I'm excited to go to Seattle, get to hang out. I'm going to go to Vancouver, drive up to Vancouver as well, really get out, see the sights. But I'm looking at my bill and how much it's like $500 for 3 days. And then I look at it, Whitey, and let me pull it up here. I look at it and I'm like, man, why is it so expensive? There's a rental car tax.
Yep.
In addition to the sales tax.
Yep.
So my rental is about $500 for 3 days, fellas. My total taxes and fees is $150. It's like, what? What are we doing here?
So real quick story. 2 years ago, my wife took me to Seattle for my birthday.
Yeah.
Just one of the places I hadn't been, minus a quick overnighter. Same thing happened. We go to Seattle and just rent like a regular middle size sedan, whatever it was. It's like, I think we're there for 4 or 5 days. It's like $600. I'm like, what?
Damn.
Same thing, Drapes. So we walk up, and I want to say it was Avis, maybe.
Okay.
It's a budget Avis, something like that. Somewhere in that line. And like, what is going on? Like, I was quoted $400 and I'm paying another $200. So peep this, Drapes. Be careful of this too. Is they actually Seattle has one of the highest rates when it comes to deposits, when it comes to rental car rates, and when it comes to surcharges and taxes in the country when it comes to rental cars. So they overcharge. You'll get some of it back, of course, like deposit stuff like that.
Yeah.
And they even give you a certain rental car like tax and stuff comes back. So like I got $17 back a few times, but it's just something that they do in Seattle. And so I asked the customer service rep, and she went on to explain this, bless her heart. But I mean, it's going to be another $200-300 from what you even see too when you go up there.
Let me run it down, fellas. A CON facility charge.
Yeah, take that.
$30.
Mm-hmm. You're coming out the airport, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Concession recovery fee.
Yep. Need that.
$34.31. Have no idea what that is.
Count that money.
RTA tax. $2.75. Sports facility tax, Whitey. $3.43.
Waste management. What's the compact waste management dome or whatever is it up there?
VLF recovery. What's a VLF recovery?
Yeah, vehicle license. Take that too.
$260. Washington State rental tax.
Need that.
$20.24. Sales tax $35.
I'm gonna need that too.
it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Like I just don't get it. I mean, and
you're
so when you bring up a new stadium,
yeah,
it's going to be passed along to the public, but more importantly, it'll probably be passed along to the tourists, people flying in, and you go to. And so I looked, Jay, at some off airport sites. You know what I mean? Like a few miles away, and I couldn't find anything really. And so I got to do it at the airport, but it's a ripoff, man.
Isn't the whole rental car industry just upside down since the pandemic?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know a couple of years ago, my girls went over there and it's like there were no cars to rent. They had to borrow somebody's car or something.
Yeah. Somebody said use Turo, Turo. Have you guys ever tried? I think it's when
I tried it once.
Is that when people rent their cars?
Yes, their own personal vehicles.
Their own personal vehicles. I'm gonna look that up and see if
it's like Airbnb for rental cars.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
But you got to be a little careful with that too, and not so much as this, but you have to make sure, because with certain times with airports, they won't allow, like depending on the state and all those different city ordinances, sometimes they won't allow people to bring their rental car to you at the airport. So you'll have to like take a shuttle or something to the local hotel outside of it. That's what I had got when I went to Houston one time. So I tried Turo one time in Houston, and they were like, "Oh, we can't bring it to you in the airport. We have to bring it to you, so get on the Holiday Inn shuttle and we'll bring it to you that way." So be careful of that too, Drake.
I'm sorry. Do you know what sports facility you're being taxed for?
No, I have no idea. I
don't be paying for that Seahawks stadium.
Like the baseball facility's been there forever.
Are they building a new arena for the Kraken? No, they must be playing somewhere already. I'm just curious.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Huh. By the way, real quick here, just to complete the thought. Jay, Mr. 49er fan, are you confident here in the backup quarterback situation? The 49ers got Joshua Dobbs, the Pastronaut. They got Brandon Allen. Brandon Allen played well in the preseason opener against Tennessee. Kyle Shanahan says, I thought they did a good job. So they're confident in the backup quarterback situation. How you feeling about it? Should they be confident?
It doesn't matter. Brock is a star, baby.
Nah, it should matter.
Have you seen Brock's physicality that he's exerting on the 49ers defense this offseason?
Jay, come on now. Don't be nearsighted like
Years
that.
ago, they were so paranoid because of what had happened against your team.
Yes.
They had like 17 guys lined up.
Well,
and now,
but Brock went in and put on a solid 20. He's out here looking like LeBron about the shoulder blades. The legs of a Derrick Henry.
I think that's indisputable. But
Derrick Henry legs. Oh man. If I'm the Niners, if I'm keeping it real, Jay.
All right.
And this isn't a hate or this isn't an Eagles fan talking. I'm not comfortable with either of the backups. So if something did happen to
Not
Brock,
Dobbs? Not to cut you off. You're not comfortable with Dobbs?
I'm talking
for 2-3 games?
I'm talking 2-3 games, okay.
Okay.
But if we're talking about winning the Super Bowl, they bring in somebody else in.
Yeah, very true.
Like these aren't the guys that's going to start a Super Bowl if Brock Purdy is hurt.
Yeah, that's very true.
That's a tough situation for Dobbs because he's just learning the offense, and he's been learning a lot of new offenses. Brandon Allen's been there a while, and Brandon Allen's like that type of guy that, just go hand off and throw the ball there like Kyle Shanahan loves. Dobbs is in a tough situation. I love Josh Dobbs.
Yeah, and I think
why is he in a tough situation?
Because he's got a lot of ground to make up on a guy that's been there a long time and knows Brandon Allen's been there a while, and he knows the offense inside and outside.
No way they carry 3, right? Do they carry 3?
I think so. Just for what White was talking about, the paranoia.
They carried 3 last year, right? Yeah,
paranoia.
They carried 3 last year. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Dobbs is going to hit free agency again this offseason. So
Dobbs better than a third stringer, though, right?
I know. Yes. But that's what I'm saying. It's just he's got a lot. He played reasonably well against Tennessee. I like him a lot.
Shouts out to the 916. Many airports have a special lot for Turo. I did not know that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I've only done it once.
All right. But
I'm with
interesting.
That. I'm with that.
And somebody said they just built Climate Pledge Arena.
Yeah, that's the waste management I was trying to think of.
So maybe it's that tax, the waste management Climate Pledge.
I knew it was something like that.
I'm looking up Toro right now. I might do it, man. I might do it.
What kind of car are you getting?
I mean, based on those rates, it was a little compact, you know?
You might be able to get him a Maybach.
I know, right?
Did you tell him I'm the Mercedes man?
I may have to see if I can get a Mercedes loaner while I'm up there, maybe.
Yeah, Mercedes man.
Yeah. We've got the Wayback Quiz coming up.
Oh, man, you know this.
Very exciting. Win for
Watch the bounce back here.
Yeah? All right. You guaranteeing it?
Oh, of course.
All right.
Doing all that talking. Okay.
This day back the day quiz next on Sactown Sports.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Folsom Lake Kia.
I'm meteorologist Heather Waldman in the KCRA3 Weather Center. Not as breezy this evening, but it'll still be comfortably cool with temperatures in the low 60s Wednesday morning. Afternoon highs will be in the mid-90s with light winds. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA News and the KCRA app.
Shop Folsom Lake Kia for special offers right now. I'm Coach Doug Christie urging you to visit my friends at Folsom Lake Kia and save big on your next new or certified pre-owned vehicle right now. Visit FolsomLakeKia.com.
Hi, this is Greg Papa. Disasters hit every day. If your home, business, or building has suffered from any disaster, SunPoint Public Adjusters can help. SunPoint prepares, presents, and negotiates your claim with the insurance company, working only for you, making sure you get everything you're entitled to and letting your focus be on what's most important, your family or your business. Call SunPoint today at 888-247-7865 or contact us at sunpoint.us. SunPoint Public Adjusters, the gold standard in public adjusting.
License number 2N14884. Hey, thrill-seeking movie fans. It's time to get your tickets to see Alien Romulus, the IMAX experience at the Esquire IMAX Theater in downtown Sacramento.
Whatever comes, we'll face it together.
Let's go. Experience the most terrifying life form in the universe on the largest screen in Sacramento. Don't miss opening weekend of Alien Romulus in front of the Esquire IMAX 6-story screen. Grab your tickets early at IMAX.com/Sacramento and reserve your seats today.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer whenever I want? Can we sleep cooler? Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. 94% of Sleep Number smart sleepers report better sleep. And now, during our biggest sale of the year, save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed, plus free home delivery on select smart beds when you add any base. Limited time. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Whitey here, reminding you that not all gas grills are created equal. Bring out all the delicious flavors in your grilled meats with the amazing Napoleon Prestige and Prestige Pro line of outdoor cookers. My Napoleon Stainless Steel Pro Series gas grill has turned me into a grilling pro with features other grills cannot match. They're built different, built better, built to last. Made with premium stainless steel that boasts quality and a lifetime warranty. I may never want to cook indoors again. Napoleon grills and accessories are now available at your nearby Amy's, Ace Hardware in Sacramento, and now El Dorado.
Live and local, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., Monday through Friday. Sactown Sports.
Yesterday on the Wayback Quiz, the This Day Back in the Day sports quiz, Kyle Draper pulled off an incredible win. Both combatants played well. It was a little truncated because of a time crunch, and I think he came through and walked it off right at the bell, right?
Yeah, we had to get it in right before the buzzer. Right before the buzzer, Jay was trying to stall out. I said, we got time.
You were trying to, you were like, what?
It almost worked. It almost worked.
How do we play this game again? What do we do? What time is it?
Oh, man. And then Jay got it right. I was like, all right, let's go. We got time for one more. Oh, man.
Yeah, so the This Day Back in the Day quiz, the Wayback Quiz for August the 13th, all the questions based on things that happened or are related to things that happened on this date in these years, 1939, 1948, 1963, 1972, 1990, and 2006. Kyle Draper is the champion. I'll let you know there's 3 closest twos.
Ooh.
Do you guys want me now in the closest two read you the question before you decide if you want the other guy to go first or not?
I'll defer to Jay.
Doesn't matter.
No, we'll just keep it as is.
Keep it as is.
Keep it as
If you know the answer, I'm like, oh, no, I'll take that answer.
Right.
Yeah. I'd rather before.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. 39, 48, 63, 72, 90, 2006 Drapes. Where you want to start?
90.
1990, closest to.
Jay will go first.
All right, Jay. Born this date, 1990, as we've been discussing. DeMarcus Cousins. What was DeMarcus Cousins' career high for points, which came in a 2016 Kings loss to Charlotte?
Oh, single game points.
Single game. Okay. Career high for points.
42.
Kyle Draper.
Actually, can I change that?
No.
Did say it. Yeah.
But I didn't say final answer.
Nah, don't
All
even.
right.
All right, let me think about this. What did you say, Jay? 42?
42.
43.
56.
Yeah, I was about to say it's 56. I just thought about it.
Yeah, Jay. 1-0.
1-0.
Was that, that was an overtime game, right?
I have to look that
I
up.
think it was an overtime game.
Mm-hmm. Okay. No points for that, but thank you for sharing that. Appreciate that. And you're up, Jay. 39, 48, 63, 72, 2006.
I'm going 39, 1939, baby.
We have another closest too.
Oh, Harmon Killebrew. He was born.
That's correct.
Right.
No.
Drapes goes first.
All right, Drapes. 1939, the Yankees set an American League record on this date for biggest shutout win by beating the A's how many to 0? This date, 1939. Yankees, how many? A's, 0. Biggest shutout win. American League record.
22-0.
22-0, Jay?
Oh, I'm going 23.
21.
21?
That was a good one, right? That was right on the line there, Jay.
Yeah.
That was
right there.
I'm down 0-2. All right, here we go. I'm about to get my Steph Curry and Paris on. Here
How
we
much
go.
time we got left?
Lots of time.
Still got like 10 minutes. Dang.
All right. 2-0 lead, Drapes. 48, 63, 72, 2006.
72 was one?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Yeah, 72.
All right. Multiple choice here.
Oh, multiple choice.
What manager, this date 1972, hoping to break his team's 4-game losing streak, he picked his starting lineup out of a hat, and it worked. Was it Billy Martin, Earl Weaver, Sparky Anderson?
Can you read the question one more time?
What manager, hoping to break his team's 4-game losing streak, picks his starting lineup out of a hat, and it works? Billy Martin, Earl Weaver, Sparky Anderson.
Billy Martin.
He's got it. Yeah. He's on fire. Kyle Draper is on fire with a 3-0 lead.
3 left?
3 left. It's not over yet.
All right, here we go.
I can't
Not over
lose.
yet.
I can't lose.
All right.
You could, but Jay doesn't have a lot of wiggle room.
Oh, yeah.
here
I
we
forgot
go.
a tie.
Still in it.
Yeah, I forgot a tie.
1948, 63, or 06, Jay.
43.
19.
You said 46?
48, 63.
Oh, 48, 48.
You got it. All right, it's the closest too.
That's Drapes.
All right, Drake.
Where's my boy Derek Too Shifty at today? Come on, baby. We doing this thing.
You get a chance to clinch it here, Drapes. 1948, the Phillies set a record by scoring how many runs before making an out? This date, 48, Phillies set a record by scoring how many runs before making an out?
That's a tough one.
Drapes has a 3-0 lead.
9.
That's exactly right. Kyle Draper wins it.
Come on, man. Come on, man. Are you serious?
Yeah. Impressive.
Oh my gosh. Impressive wheels. Jay, you gotta admit, this is the biggest skunk.
No, it wasn't. No, it
like,
wasn't.
this is,
I skunked you before.
not
Yes, I
quite
have.
like this,
Yes,
though.
I have. Yes, I have.
Dude, we didn't even get through the rest. We still got 8 minutes left of the show.
Well, that's okay.
This is a 30-0
long
lead
segment
in
here.
the first quarter.
We got a long segment here.
Oh, man. How about that, people? Yes. All right. Go ahead. You guys can continue.
No, the score.
Okay.
The score was one-sided, but the match was very close. Jay got off to that rough start on his cousin's question when he said, "Oh, wait, no."
Right. Jay was flustered after that.
But 21-0 was very close. If 9-0 is You know, 9 runs before he was making.
Man, he flipped the coin flip on that.
Yeah.
He flipped the coin.
Do we have time? Should we do the other ones?
I don't want to
just for
do them other
GP?
two. I'm out of here. I'm out of here for that. Talk about Aiyuk.
He's salty. Sorry, Jay. That was a good game.
Would you have known? Can I ask? I want to see if you guys have
Sure,
known.
I got smoked on that one.
2006, we had a game between the Giants and the Dodgers, and for the first time ever, 2006, this date, a guy who hit 700 homers faced a pitcher with 300 wins. It's obviously Barry Bonds. Do you know who the pitcher was? First time ever, a 300-game win.
What year?
2006.
Greg Maddux.
That's exactly right.
Your boy's on fire today.
And it was who? It was the Giants versus who?
Dodgers.
Dodgers.
I didn't think you'd get it.
Dodgers.
Yeah.
And then what was the last
play
one?
the lottery, man. I gotta go play
the other one
after this.
Let's see.
Don't do it.
Oh, it's a future basketball Hall of Famer
Let Jay answer.
who pitched a shutout for the White Sox, 1963. Dave DeBusschere, Gene Conley, or Bill Sharman?
That's a tough one.
You don't have to answer, Jay.
Give me those three again.
Dave DeBusschere,
Yep.
Gene Conley, Bill Sharman, a future basketball Hall of Famer, pitched a shutout for the White Sox.
I have no clue. I'll go Bill.
It was Dave
DeBusschere.
Oh, man.
Dave DeBusschere's in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah.
Dave DeBusschere. Yes, sir.
He was on those Knicks.
Yeah,
Knicks teams.
I don't remember him being in the Hall.
Damn.
They
I had
must
to
have.
look it up.
Yeah, DeBusschere's in the Hall.
Yes.
Well, did he have a fantastic college career?
No, Dave DeBusschere,
Hey, he was
man.
overrated
Come
on the
on.
Knicks.
He said he was overrated.
That was a
You know
three-man
the basketball
team.
Hall of Fame is.
Yeah, I know.
You know somebody who was any good? You do? Okay, come on in.
What school did Dave DeBusschere go to?
Couldn't tell you how.
I got it right here. He went to Detroit Mercy.
Ooh,
Yeah.
Detroit. Who? Rashad Phillips. What was my guy that went to Detroit Mercy? That was the baby Iverson.
He went to that was somebody that went to.
Yeah, what was
I got it
Phillips?
right here.
They called him the baby Iverson. He went to Detroit Mercy.
Wow. Now Jay's got all the
Like
knowledge.
late 90s.
Late 90s. I got you right here.
I don't know the answer.
Yeah, I don't have them. I don't
Yeah,
have.
Maybe
them.
you should be asking the questions.
All right, that's a tough one right there. Detroit Mercy, ABA, NBA play. Did he play in the league?
No, I don't think he made it.
I think I
feel
kind
like-
of remember who you're talking about. Baby Iverson.
Because he had the braids, he had the look. Yeah, I'm trying to think. Detroit. Is Phillips?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Jay's flustered though.
No.
It's, man, that was
Rashad Phillips.
Oh,
I think it's Rashad Phillips.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah. They said I'm about to do the night. I should do the night to Jay on.
There you go.
Man, that was fun.
Yeah.
What are we going to talk about now?
That was whack.
I didn't expect us to have 5 extra minutes.
We'll talk about that list. Speaking of Iverson, Allen Iverson, number 31 on the list, the Hoops Hype list of the 78 greatest players, updated list. First time they've had LeBron James, number one.
Number one.
Yeah.
How about that?
I think the further we get from Jordan's career, the more inevitable it is that people are just, going to remember LeBron more and better.
Yeah.
And so regardless of who is actually the better player, it's inevitable that LeBron is going to be remembered as the best player ever.
I think, and here's the thing. Look at the young generation now that are watching games. When they have kids, they'll be like, no, it was LeBron. LeBron
Right,
was clearly,
exactly.
the best
Michael
player.
Jordan, who was
right,
that?
right, exactly. Just like our parents or, would be like, oh, Wilt or Bill Russell or, somebody like that. So, no, I wonder, though, out of all the Jordan fans out there, what does LeBron have to do to catch him? Is it just get to 6 and then automatically he gets it? Does he have to have 7? Because I feel like LeBron is kind of chasing a ghost right now.
Yeah. Well, you know how it is as fans. Fans are going to fan.
Yeah.
And to a certain fan who remembers Michael Jordan, nothing will ever match that feeling that you had watching him. And so for some people who saw it, it's like no one can ever be as good as Michael Jordan is in their minds.
Yeah. Well, I grew up a Lakers fan. I was a Magic fan. I think the switching it from right hand to left hand to layup, that's overrated too.
Yeah, it is.
Right, Jay?
Man, people do that every night in the NBA.
Every day now. I mean, that's nothing. But at the
You
time,
guys
it
are
was
not
like,
Jordan guys, are you?
a
No,
spectacular move, Marv Albert. Come on, it was a
Man, I
layup.
seen that at the blacktop in 7th grade, man. Stop all that.
Tell me about it.
Yeah. So you're telling me you seen Kyle Ledbetter do it? Is
Right,
that where we're
yeah.
going?
I ain't seen Kyle ball, but yeah, I've seen cats like Kyle ball.
Oh, hilarious.
Is it because it was in the finals?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
And it was like a Jeremy Lin thing where he was coming down, I think. You know, it was one of those he went up.
Yeah.
That was a pretty good move.
So I urge
And
people.
Was that the one that he gave the shrug to, or was that?
No, that
No,
was
that
the
was a jump
threes. He
shot.
hit the threes, like 6 threes in the first half. Read Scottie Pippen's book. And I know Pippen is a hater, comes across, but
Jordan a hater.
Yeah, exactly. I'm reading Scottie Pippen's book right now, Whitey, and
You're probably sitting there pumping.
I
your
am.
fist.
I am. It's like,
Get him, Scotty.
and then you saw our boy Tom Haberstroh did a deep dive on the Jordan Defensive Player of the Year awards and how he was recredited with steals he shouldn't have been credited with, and so it was a conspiracy to
Getting
to
Tom
hype
on
up.
the show.
Yeah, like get Haberstroh on the show, man.
And Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Yeah, and Kareem
We'll
first.
see if any of them are up
Yep.
with us tomorrow. Thanks for sticking around. Congratulations, Kyle Draper, on the win.
Oh, congratulate him on that, Whitey.
Man, that was a dusting.
Oh, we got the Infinity Sports Radio next on Sactown Sports.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive.